Let's go with some smooth jams. Oh, God! Oh, God! Stepgen, what ho, friend? If you're not awake, then I certainly am. Bleed Nora. Yeah, what the... Right? Oh, let me just pop on some smooth jams and it's like... Burp, 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 burp. God, let's take a breath and a beat before we put any tunes on. Feckin' yo. There we go. That's better. Okay, Stepgen, let's have a do-over on that one. What ho, good morning. How are you? Oh. Oh. Sweet mercy in a cup. Oh. How are you doing this fine morning? Games industry's weirdly calmed down again. So it seems that everybody did their announcements in one whole day. Alice, good morning, friend. What? Oh, how are you doing? Oh. Oh, sweet mercy in a cup. So yeah, sorry if I look a little bit frazzled. Little helper, what-ho? Hello, hello. Yeah, sorry if I look a little frazzled this morning. Been doing battle with varying flavors of nonsense. Though some of which has been exceptionally funny. But I finished a Gundam last night, so I got a new Gundam to show you off. And the video that myself and Fiona were part of that went up yesterday got put up on the PlayStation channel, and oh boy. Stepgen, did you lost you Twitter at the playground again? What I will say is I can get locked out of my Twitter at the moment, which is probably fine. But I'm having to go through all the faffermancy. So I think I just lost my Twitter. But these things happen, you know. XD Johnny XP, good morning. What ho, friends? Graphite Sparrow, Stammering Gamer. What ho, friends? Coming in. Yeah, so... Someone tried to jack into my Twitter this morning. And got me locked out of it, so I've had to go through that whole faffermancy. But these things happen. It's no big worry, it's no big stress. I mean, an enforced break from Twitter is not necessarily a bad thing. I'm just annoyed because I made a conscious decision this week that I was going to post promotional stuff about my friends and, like, shout about things that I love. Try and inject a little bit more into Twitter. It's gone. It's no fair. But I do have some gloriously ridiculous comments to read you. I didn't see it on Twitter because I'm locked out. But, sorry, as I was saying to Alice and Stepgen, Fiona and I have been working with the team over at Clever Plays for their Operation Tango video. They did a trailer from some of the newer levels. And they asked us a while back if we wanted to work on them with a thing. And we were like, wait, so we get to play the early build of the new stuff and you're going to pay us for the privilege? I'm sorry, where did we say yes loud enough? I go, what-ho, Archer? What-ho, friend? So that went up yesterday. And the video was okay. Like, I think they cut out a lot of the me and Fiona swearing at each other, which was very entertaining. Oh, Kimball, that's real nice of you. I think Fiona was having a look at that just a couple minutes ago, so feckin' yo. Yeah, no, Kimball, that's real kind of you. But yeah, so the same trailer went up on the PlayStation channel on YouTube, and God, friends, it's been a million years since I've gotten to read mean comments about myself on the internet, and honestly, they're so funny. I will take you through them once everybody gets in, because I need to share some of these with you. Like, I don't miss having to work with YouTube on the daily, but sometimes the mean comments are so funny. And this was definitely one of those examples. Ehrman says, you got to crow about Everhood before your lockdown, so it's just downhill, right? Feckin' yo. And Steppergen, I will do funny voices, but only because you asked kindly. XE Johnny XP, I'll share it with you in a second, but I wanna be the one to read it to you first. Utopia has more news about Sony shutting down PS4s with broken CMOS batteries. Feckin' wet! Oh, and Graphite reckons it's big Twitter trying to keep us down, you know, because we're trying to inject, like, happiness and good vibes into a hellscape. Oh, and Dory Quill. What? Oh, and good morning. Hello, hello. And obviously, the plan for today, once we've had a chance to get everybody in and have a natter, we'll jump back into Control. We're about to start the Foundation DLC of post-launch content. I don't know how long that lasts, so we might do Foundation and then move into Alan Wake, or we'll just do we'll do after the main story and post-launch content. Oh, Ikoa, you do have time for a cup of tea. So go grab yourself a thing now. Sadlin, good morning. What ho, friend? Stammering was asking, what did I think of the ending of the main game? Of Control? I don't feel like it's ended. If that makes a weird sense. Like, I don't think we got to the end. That's how it felt. Kyle really needs it to be end of Friday ASAP. Unfortunately, I used a lot of my Chronos time travel ninjutsu skills earlier in the week for, now I think about it, completely pointless reasons, so, you know, that's my fault. So sadly, I can't help you. You know, I would. I'd be all like, Hapacha! And then... Oh yeah, and Kaibal, Alien Isolation is going to be free on Epic next week. So, friends, I mean, assuming that you have a penchant in even the slightest increment for good horror video games, Alien Isolation will be free next week on Epic, and, like, I can say this because I don't work on it, but Alien Isolation is one of the great examples of horror. Like, it's up there with the best of them, and even still shines through. It's not just a good Alien game, it's not just a good sci-fi game, it's an incredible experience. Yes, it's scary as all heck, and the amount of time and effort into making it scary is something special. So jumping back in, Stereo says that they know what you mean. Oh, and the ending of Control. DLCs added to it should never be how devs complete the stories. Well, I know what you mean. Like, Stammering Gamer, I understand where you're coming from, in that a game should be a complete experience, unless it's looking to be games of service or otherwise. But sometimes you gotta deal with the hand you're given. And a good example of that was Divinity 2, not Original Sin, but what would become the Dragon Knight Saga, which the original version ends on the biggest flip you the bird to be continued. And I understand the reasons why Larian Studios did it is because of budgetary concerns. Sometimes, be it through budget or schedule or things out of your control, you can't fit everything into the narrative that you want. And it's great that we live in a time where, if needs be, the developer can create that and deliver it to you. Now, I won't really know until I've finished all of the content that Control has to offer. I feel that it's probably going to fall more in step with something like a good example is the Phantom Pain, Metal Gear Solid 5, which the scope of that game was so ostentatious, was so over the top that eventually it had to be cut short. And so what felt like chapter 1 in a much larger story ends up being the sort of ending. And there's little bits and things you can do after that, but the chapter 2 isn't really a chapter 2. It's kind of like a drift off into the night. Which, I mean, you could make comments about that being like the never-ending nature of war, that even after a great victory, there's always a battle somewhere. But I don't know. I won't know with Control until I've done the additional content. But yeah, Kymble was just adding that Kymble did work on Alien Isolation, and you should play it. And Vanderbeest, Watto! Oh, you feckin'... Jackie, Watto as well. And Jackie Foxbot, I wish I could do that smooth Ron Perlman cadence of war never changes. Also, Vanderbeest, head of House Order, feck you. I hope you're proud of yourself. Lost Flowers, Watto, friend! Good morning, one and all. Oh, I forgot to turn my Gundam lights on. Okay, I forgot to turn Gundam lights on. I forgot to make the beds. We'll just pretend like everyone had like a good party. Have a snooze there, Hugbot. We got you. Feck you, Vanderbeest. Feck you. Hoppachaw! Don't talk to me, my son, or my other son ever again. Thank you for filling the pie glass. Ron Perlman is a teenage heartthrob. No lies detected. Yeah, Kymble, you're right. River's gonna come and do a couple donuts and like start nesting and ruin the bed anyway, so it's fine. Oh, and Nom Nom, Watto, friend. I hope I said hello when you came on in. So yeah, I've got some mean YouTube comments to read out about my stupid face, which will be very funny. We've got the after the main story content for Control today, which I'm very looking forward to. And aside from that, like, gaming's been quiet again. The Kaiju Baby P fight may actually have testimonies from Sweeney, which will be very entertaining. On the PS4 thing, Sony definitely needs to start managing their PR and press releases around their hardware stuff, because the thing about a bad reputation is it's really hard to shift. And sometimes the perception is something that can dog you for years. And at the moment, Sony's getting this reputation for, like, you know, not supporting backwards compatibility, for not being a fan of, for not being a fan of their previous titles. And while I don't think that's necessarily true, it's like, once you're stuck with that kind of reputation, it takes a lot of work to get rid of it. Sometimes, like, good messaging, good marketing, good PR, good community stuff can save you a shit ton of money down the road. I mean, just look at, like, Golden Age Bethesda. They managed to make unstable software part of basically their brand identity. Honestly, if they hadn't spiffed the paid DLC, the paid mod marketplace stuff, like, I think they would be still heralded as well, okay, no. Fallout 76 was still going to be a mitigated disaster, but... Oh, Aikoa's been playing Risk Online today. A game only lasted 15 minutes. That's not Risk. Risk's got to last 4 hours, and you have to fall out with at least one family member by the end. Well, and Nom Nom, this is what I was talking about. So, I need to look into the articles about it, because I haven't had a chance to look in. But Utopia Flowers was talking about the CMOS issue, which is if your internal battery dies, your little CMOS watch battery, on your PlayStation 4, you could no longer play any of your downloaded stuff. You have to connect to the internet. Which would mean that if your CMOS battery died for something like PT, it's game over. Because at least by my understanding, to then connect to the internet would force it to update, which may remove PT from that setup. Now, this is a very small subset. This is a very small use case, right? But it's a use case that people care about, even if they're not directly involved. The idea that you could lose something in a digital space that's like that's the Gru, that's the boogeyman. Steel Fox, it's, by my understanding, it's still there. I haven't had a message back about getting access to it, so I'm waiting. But yeah.
Если знаешь, откуда и куда ты едешь, я считаю, что это не настоящее путешествие. Настоящее путешествие. Когда ты давно забыл, откуда
Okay, so Salen says still no. It has to reconnect to PSN servers after you change the battery to unlock downloaded games again. Interesting. But I was under the impression that you lose PT if you connect your console to the internet. So that you have to download PT onto a PlayStation 4 and then do nothing with it. Anyway. My confusion over this issue is also... I know this is a weird thing, but it's also worth a small note. Like, I have tried to keep I've tried to keep up to date on all of this, but not necessarily... Oh, hang on, let me have a slug of coffee and say hello to Neo Shadow. Watto. Sorry, my apologies, my apologies. Okay, I'm back. My apologies. I apologize, I also lost my train of thought completely. But on the plus side, I do have people saying mean things about me on the internet to talk about, which is always vaguely entertaining. Moose Watto? Okay, so Step Gem is saying, oh, about the PlayStation. Salem was adding, they haven't seen anything about connecting to the PSN, deleting local copies of PT. Okay, so. The thing to take into consideration here is, I guess, the playing the PR game. Microsoft have been doing a very, very good job of PRing the shit out of all their backwards compatibility stuff, and Sony has not. And when elements like this come out with Sony shutting down old stores, which is already something that will cause a bit of chagrin with users, it means that people are ready to find fault in other aspects of the business, essentially. It's kind of like how anytime anything happens around a Nintendo IP involving like something getting shut down, everyone gets up in arms immediately. Because the user perception based around that is so negative. Now, Nintendo don't give a shit. Like, they make money hand over fist, and a larger portion of their user base is outside the games media space. But I don't know if... wow, my thoughts are just ain't coming. What I was trying to put forward is that at least with the Microsoft and Sony, whilst their main user base is also not corely set in games media, there's a bleed out effect, if that makes sense, which doesn't tend to happen with Nintendo properties in the same manner. Someone is a Zelda fan is a Zelda fan is a Zelda fan. They don't necessarily care what the opinions are of. But when it comes to hardware and purchasing decisions, the main user base of consoles, I'm trying to think how to phrase it. At least in North America and in Europe, they are proportionally for like single console households or individuals who are outside of main gaming sphere but game intermittently, who make their purchasing decisions similar to that of, say, a laptop or a mobile phone. So they will do some cursory research, they'll go by word of mouth of users, and that's how they'll decide which of the platforms to work with. It might be primarily based on a title, but that's usually already set in stone because a lot of that user base is based on sports titles and things like that. I don't know, maybe I'm just getting a little bit too inside baseball at the moment, but it's when something like what is currently happening around the PlayStation perception of backwards compatibility and elements like that, I don't know, it feels like it's starting to get chewy, it's starting to stick, you know? And if that persists, that will become a problem. Sony's always had a weird relationship with backwards compatibility, and I don't know if that's compounded. I don't know if we're starting to see this. Like, because I understand the difficulties that they face. The PlayStation architecture has changed drastically from console to console. And the PS2 was, oh boy, the PS2 was a bastard to make games for. And unlike the Dreamcast and subsequent like Windows architecture based titles, like there's a certain amount of difficulty in just porting those titles forward. So it's not that I don't understand the realities of it, it's just I've gone really into the fucking thought hole here. I'm so sorry, friends. Just be chatting your ears off. How are you all doing? Ikoa, are you back? You wanna see some mean comments about Will? Oh, and Wolfrat, Watto? Durry Quill, I've also seen Before Your Eyes. I need to do some testing on that one to see whether or not it'll work whilst streaming, because especially OBS and its variants get very crotchety about sharing a web camera. Yeah, well, actually, Alnus, let's come back to that topic, because I think I want to get a bit more coffee into me before we start discussing the shift from consoles to platforms. But first... Okay, so if you didn't see it yesterday, Fiona and I were in the Operation Tango trailer, which was really cool. Now, full transparency, like, they paid us to be a part of this. We'd done some work with them before, and honestly, the game fucking slaps. Like, if you remember ages back, a game called Clandestine, which was like an asymmetrical, like, secret agent hacking game. This is like that, but really good instead of a trash fire. And so when they were like, "Hey, do you and Fiona want to be in the trailer?" We're like, "Yes, yes." "Oh, do you want us to pay you to be in the trailer?" "Wait, we're going to play the game and you're going to give us money." You know you could have just given us the game, right? You know you could have. Okay, you want to pay money? All right, cool. I mean, yes, Mr. Businessman. So Fiona and I got to play 2 new levels as well as the one from the demo. They're fucking good. and they cut together a trailer out of our experiences. Now, I am going to write to them because I think that they should consider doing a Will and Fiona Red Band trailer of all the times we cussed at each other, because this is very PG-13, and we were very... Okay, we were mostly PG-13. But anyway, let me show you the trailer, and then I want to read to you the comments, because while it did go up on the Clever Plays YouTube channel, it went up on the PlayStation channel this morning, and this is where it seems to be getting found. So, just in case you hadn't seen it, I'm just going to kind of like a bit of self-indulgence here. Do you think real secret agents of the world sing their own theme song while they're going around?
I mean, I do.
Alright, let's have a look on these little surveillance cameras.
Oh my god, you can see me. So we're pretty much stuck on this floor.
You see where the door is? Alright, just to the right of that.
Ah, there it is. Okay, access code is 5521.
5521.
Here we go into the mainframe.
Let's get you up to the penthouse. I'm gonna need your help cracking this file open, and I think we've got to work together on this one.
Right, let's do this.
Okay, we are clearing through this like professionals. Why are you accelerating?
I can only
Why
go
do
side
you
to
hate me?
side. Yeah.
Yeah!
You gotta trust me. Oh man, I have a train to catch.
They just detected a connection attempted by a mule.
So there's Digital Overlord, and...
You've told me a lot of words, and I'm very confused.
I need a name.
Alright, password breaker is up.
Got it.
Alright, there is a person moving to your location. Brenning's making a move. You've got to get it now. You've got a minute. Come on, you can do this! 30 seconds. Richie Potato, you got this!
I'm trying!
Go! 10 seconds!
Stop yelling at me!
Oh, yeah! That was incredible!
I was so anxious! Oh my god!
Takes 2 people to save the world.
I could save it with one.
Just one? I'm pretty sure we need 2 people to save the world. Yes, this was the video... Okay, the recording session of this is where Suck It Up Buttercup came from. So yeah, that went out. Fred, Watto. But just to kind of put into context, like the video went out yesterday and probably got seen like 300 or 400 times. This one went up on the PlayStation channel today, got saw 20,000 times. And some of these comments, like I don't know if we need to put these on main screen because I don't know if you'll be able to see them. Oh no, I can zoom in. With the power of lightning. Yeah. Oh no, that's too much. Too much. Unhance! Unhance! Okay, there we go. Now you should be able to read some of these absolute bangers. I added that myself because I was legit laughing. And tunes. Okay. So, the first one. I didn't know Simon Pegg did gameplay stuff. I haven't had the Simon Pegg comparison on YouTube in so long, and it's a classic. It's a classic. It warmed the little cockles of my heart. The irony being is like, Simon Pegg's like, what, 40, 50 now? Like, the comparison years at least feel like they're long gone. And then bangers like this. It's always amazing how one person that has never interacted with a human before puts another person who doesn't even know what interaction is in charge of writing lines for these kind of things. Okay, the idea that me and Fiona would ever stick to a script. Oh. For the record, we did readopt our spy sonas of Fiona as Jazzy Cabbage and myself as Gin Likely. Because Fiona got baked as, and I was just knocking back pints of gin while we were playing. Oh, replies? Oh, yeah. Just Ron Paulson with ha 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 ha. Blue hair and a ponytail. Yeah. I'm gonna take the word for it. Right? What does it even mean? Fur! Of course. The paid actors looked like they enjoyed it. We legit did. Especially the train level, because I had every person on the train on a map, and I could look at their phone. But Fiona had to work out who was who, so I could tell her, like, apps they were running, and then she had to actually go and, like, scope and people and, like, get up in their faces. It was fucking genius. This video told me nothing about the game. Get Smack's keeping a PS4 rep. Kimball's like, put it on the IMDb page. Yep. And Alnus with, I mean, you were paid, but actor implies talent. This game would have benefited from the communities feature. I assume that's PlayStation Talk. We need more games like this, King Kai is correct. How would work with Rando? Then someone was just being mean. How would this game work if I am playing with Rando online? I don't want open my mic. You don't. Make a friend. Because there's always a friend out there for you. Lamentably, I don't read Arabic. I don't even read English very well. Looks good hype for this. This will be released at Tom Holland's and my birthday. Wait. Friends, see, it turns out, and a few people get on this, Fiona and I should have been doing more development. We should have been making another... Can you please make another PlayStation All-Stars video game? Do you have the roster, starting from Sackboy and going all the way to Abe from Oddworld? Please, please, please. So, friends, I'm sorry to inform you, Fiona and I will not be developing PlayStation All-Stars 2. Oh, Satan's saying that Communities was an attempt for the PlayStation to replace Steam Communities. Oh, Replicate. There you go. The game was fun, but this preview wasn't. Terrible trailer. Looks like a wicked game. It's not terrible. It's just a bit cringe. But thank you, Mario Be like, just two guys having fun. Come on. And this one cracked me up because it's... Man, just get people's actual reactions. These people overacting is the worst. Really undersells the game. Fucking... Like, friends, I've got the rushes. I can show you us going through it. It was legit. Also, for the middle section, they made us swap roles. So we replayed the first level, which you know. The second level, we had to swap, so I was the agent and Fiona was the hacker. And the amount of times we were just screaming at each other was glorious. People aren't dancing! I don't understand, but okay, you're correct. Love how they're bringing over the PS3 games to the PS5. Alright. We checked the who. I mentioned one of the characters in Universe. And this one. What a sad, meaningless life. I wonder what topics you'll talk about when you go out. Oh, you don't leave the house. My bad. Okay, firstly, it's a pandemic. We're meant to be staying indoors. But secondly, how very dare. It's just... Sorry, I read these earlier and it's still making me laugh. Cool looking mobile game. Okay. Bro, we want to see the actual game and gameplay, not people playing it. That's what streamers are for. It's just, it's just next level. Oh, sorry, let me just skip this forward, because it's going to do... There's a track in the middle of this playlist that has like a high-pitched ping noise, which, if you haven't destroyed your hearing like me, is very obnoxious. Okay. There was no dancing! Were we supposed... Fiona! Were we supposed to dance in that video? They didn't ask us to. There's a distinct... That's not multiple people saying, where's the dancing? What Would love to play this. This game looks okay, but come on. Trailers like this are always cringy. Hey, if you can't enjoy yourself, it's not my problem. Yuri the Brave, cringe. I don't understand. Love the TikTok, guys. I don't understand. Oh, okay. Operation Tango with no tango. Yeah, no dancing. Dr. Rhomboid Goat Cabin comments, wow, worst trailer for a game yet. Ah! Okay, that was Mighty Number 9, and we all know that. So new Portal 2, essentially. Wait. What is that hair? Okay, it's called Ginger, and I'm not going to apologize for it. And then just imagine getting a heart from PlayStation. So, with all the nonsense I had to put up with Twitter being a jerk this morning, that was just fucking glorious. Oh. MDH's like, but you didn't cry like you did on prom night? I drank a lot. It was a very different kind of night. Oh. It's just so glorious. Anyway, if you want to have fun with that one, this is the link to it. It's just there's no. It transcends irony. It's glorious. Anyway, that was the most exciting thing that happened to me this morning. There isn't really a whole lot else going on. I did finish this Gundam last night. Look at this chunky lad. This one whole unit. It's one of the side units from Gundam Hathaway, the Gundam movie that's coming out soon. And you know what? Like, it's not the best build I've done, but I really like it. Though I do need to glue in the shoulder pads because these come off super easy. So, it needs a couple more touches. Kimball's like, if you're trading your dabs all at once, it'd be kind of like a dance. I remember that day. What was it? The Octo Dab. And Num Num, it is an interesting point. Like the comments call them out for overreactions, and it should be more genuine when they're just used to disgusted family members and high school budget actors grumbling grimly. Like, yo, there was no we didn't have to kick it up to 11 on any of it. Like, the game's legit good, and especially that bit at the end. You're on a train, and you're trying to play Professor Von Hacksaw. We're trying to... Okay.
Tell anyone this stuff about the game?
Are we not doing spoilers?
No!
Alright, suffice to say,
dare.
the countdown timer that Fiona went through was legit stressful.
Yes!
And I was not helping.
Yeah, my reaction of stress, that was normal. Can't believe you were gonna give a description of that.
You have to play it for yourselves.
Very dare. You haven't worked in games before.
Yeah, but... Hey, Kimball, feckin' thank you. As I believe Vanderbeest was quietly filling the pint glass throughout. Anyway, it just, you know what? It's nice to be a part of something, you know? There's nothing really that we can add to the game and its creation, so I'm just glad we got to be a part of it. the fact that they felt we were worth paying for is a big old compliment, you know what I mean? MDH says, you want to know how they weren't going from a script? No outdated memes. God. Okay, I'll have to fish it out. Oh, and Joda, good evening. There was an incredible thing that Eurogamer did a few years back when The Division came out. And what they did is they took the let's be honest, the cringy, awful, pre-scripted banter from the Division multiplayer trailer. And then they got the Eurogamer team to play the same sections with like genuine conversation, genuine, as we say in the UK, bants. And oh my word, it still cracks me up. Still fucking cracks me up. Oh, lordy. I'm sorry, I'll have to dig it out. I could probably go through everything and try and find it, but that's a lot of effort. That's a lot of effort.
Smooth moves, my friend. Can I ask you a favor? Can you teach a guy like me how to make all those cool moves? Like judo and kung fu? Hey, wait a minute. I want to be a tough guy like you, Really annoying. And what part of
Moose was saying, could the language used by the Eurogamer team be something that could have gotten away in an E3 trailer? I mean, you can beep it. That's fine. It's just... companies are still struggling to find out how to show good multiplayer interaction. That might be where live content kind of shines. Like, situations like this, there's no... it's very difficult to fake having a good time in a live environment for 2 or 3 hours, you know what I mean? Okay, so Alanus, well, I do agree that what the Watch Dogs trailer with the, like, hacking traffic lights and stuff was definitely faked. All Your Base is one of the few evergreen memes. All Your Base will outlive us. And I don't mean us as individuals, I mean the human race. It'll just be etched on the moon, the last remnants of humanity. So alien civilizations will try and work out where All Your Base came from.
You're tense, I'm calm. You apply excessive force. I control that force through fluid motion.
Oh, yeah, Kimball. Oh, I even want to... sorry, flashbacks of very, very cringy E3 presentations. Well, I guess MDH... so MDH was saying, family-friendly, so mostly. I've been cussing a lot since lockdown. And I know how to hold a conversation. I've been lucky enough that I've been taught how to do stage presentations, and I've had to do them in the past. Plus, I don't give a hot feck about the number of people on stage. And I don't feel the need to play to a persona. One of the greatest cringe moments of E3 is still Mr. Caffeine. Oh, God. Captain Coked Up Tryhard. Allegedly coked up. Sorry. Allegedly. Oh. I mean, it's difficult because some stage presentations aren't designed for us. They're designed for, you know, retailers, marketing people, merch people, that kind of thing. But in those cases, you just need to show, not tell. So having the people on stage, God, and I've never understood it. Like, you'll have this huge over-the-top presentation, and then suddenly, like, 4 PCs will arrive in the center, and it's like, cool, now I'm watching 4 people playing. Great, I guess.
You see it? I was fluid. Like water.
Oh god, yeah. Alice, any MMO footage that doesn't have a healer typing in mad all caps, get out of the fire, isn't authentic, let's be honest. Now, again, there's nothing wrong with a big, showy, bombastic trailer. It's just, at that point, you gotta think about what it is you're trying to show. Anyway, I still want to write to the team that did the Operation Tango trailer and just be like, you and I both know there's a bunch of cuss words and things going wrong. You should do an outtakes. You should do a Red Band trailer. Because Suck It Up Buttercup didn't make the trailer. Me calling the cops on Fiona didn't make the trailer, which had me in feckin' tears. Oh, Miss Emmy? Watto, good morning.
Family friendly is such a wide-ranging thing. Like the Addams family is a family, yay? Viking 64 hug.
That's a very good point. Although, aside from the murder, like, the Addams family has a lot of good, like, wholesome values. Like, probably one of the more functional families. Except for, I mean, those kids have been left unsupervised far too much. But Bacon Avengers, sorry, thank you for the 200 bits. Darth Tuttle says they can't even watch E3 or similar trade events because of buzzword vomit. Oh, God. That is one of the things that I'm going to miss about the death of E3 was, like, when we started doing E3 per bowl, all the buzzword bingo suddenly became entertainment, like a spectacle sport. Oh, Zenro, Watto. Jackie's like, the Addams family is wholesome. They are. Those kids had access to a lot of things they probably shouldn't have. Everything else about it, fine. Yeah, and Ehrman, you are correct. They are incredibly supportive of their kids' interests. For some reason, though, the train set scene still haunts me. Sorry, that was me going off on a tangent. But yeah, as E3's dying off and we're moving more towards, like, direct-to-consumer video stuff, like, we'll see more, hopefully, touch wood, we'll see more of the Devolver style, more of the Nintendo style, and less of the TV, it's a car! But, like, I will miss E3, but I'm glad it's going away. Do you know what I mean? It is pointless, ostentatious, weird, patronizing, and above all, very outdated. But the weird thing that I will miss is all the absolute cock-ups. God, friends, if you just Google Konami E3 gaffes, by the 9, you're in for a treat. You're in for an absolute treat. Back when Konami used to do a presser, one of the last ones they did was an absolute shit show of the highest order, and it's still glorious. Kyle says looking forward to the day me and Fiona play Fogs. Oh yes, I've been meaning for that one. Though if you've ever seen me and Fiona play co-op games together, don't watch if you want to see... Yo! Sorry. What was that? New and classic D&D. Which of you lovely Mother Hubbards picked that up? Thank you kindly. And Jackie, E3 wasn't quite like $1,500 a ticket, but it was not cheap as an event. They started doing, redoing consumer passes the last couple years, but most people going to E3 either got through on like a media badge, which if you were registered media you didn't have to pay for, or got passes with booths or what have you. Like, honestly, if you have the opportunity to go to an event, go to a PAX instead. You're going to have a much, much better time. GDC's the one that can get up to over $1,000 a ticket. And that's a separate conversation. I love GDC. It's gonna be interesting to see how GDC continues after lockdown in terms of price point, because their digital event tickets were like $800, and their $1,000 masterclasses. Now, I understand the masterclasses were more for accreditation at large company level rather than the idea for individuals, but they really did a poor job of conveying the intent of that. Sorry, here's me going blip, 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 blip. So the idea with the GDC masterclasses is that your company pays for you to get trained by someone who is an expert in the field as a form of like career advancement for large companies that promise that kind of thing. Because like for technical skills, programming skills, you can get accredited in programming languages or in certain kinds of hardware. But if you are a community manager, how do you get accredited? How do you get like career advancement in that space? It's not a lot. So there's definitely a market for big companies paying for people to do like a masterclass with Victoria. Oh yeah, sorry, Jackie was right as I was saying. Oh yeah, I mean, the thing is, you can do networking at GDC on a budget, which is what a lot of people do. Because if you get a pass, you get access to the vault. So while you can't get into talks, you can walk around the show floor, and more importantly, you can be around San Francisco, which is during that time where so many things happen at once. And yeah, as Kyle says, the vault is amazing. I tend to like binge the vault as I'm doing follow-up emails when I get back. Oh, Kimball gets free access with work. Nice. And Stammering, I'm sorry that your holiday got cancelled. Graphite says, was it E3 where the 2 Point Hospital guy's mic died and Day 9 had to wing it to save the day? It was the PC Gaming Show 2019, I believe. It was like last E3 Bowl. Ark of the Conclave is asking if there's a link to my CDC talk. No, sadly, you'll have to go to the CDC, hang out in the club, and hope that you get to hear my talk. Or if you can spot my talk. Because I should actually get like a recording of it. Sorry, Alice was adding that, to be fair, even with the gaff, the 2 Point Hospital guys were having more fun. Oh yeah. I think that was why the digital PC gaming show from last year was so uncomfortable, because even with, I don't know, they tried to emulate a format for which good old Day 9 didn't really gel with, and his ability as a presenter and as a host is top tier. I got to be there for the first of the PC gaming shows when we were doing... Were we doing Ion or Stationeers? No, we were doing Ion. And so Dean was going to be in the chair, getting interviewed and having a chat. And so, yeah, for rehearsals, I got to come on by. Got to chat with Day 9 a little bit. It's a good bloke. For the actual event, I sat in the audience for like 2 hours, busting for a slash. And the guy on our row kept falling asleep, and every time the cheering started, he'd wake up with like a snort and just start clapping. Oh yeah, and the smallest waffle, absolutely agree. Like the actors, well, okay, no, actors, they usually like in-house people working off a script, pretending to be people playing the experience. And it always comes across as feckin' cheese. Okie dokie. God. All right, I will say I am legit excited to get into Control today because, like, I've been told the Foundation DLC is feckin' grand, and we've got the post-launch stuff. I've been told the Foundation contains a ton of lore and things to unpack, so I think we're gonna have a bloody good day of it. J-Po says, but no more puppets? Hey! Speaking of puppets! Sorry, Kestrel, how are you doing? Good morning, what? Oh, friend! Coming in. Tiny Red! Kestrel, we're about to jump into Control, so the puppets are coming. And like that, you've lost me. Okay, Wolfran. I saw what you did there. I saw it. Wolfran was like, look, if you're going to hire actors to pretend to be playing the game, I say go all in. Make it super obvious. Hire people who are super over the top. Like Operation Tango. Your shots, they wound me. I mean, I will say, these days, I'm a little calmer during my downtime, because I get to spend my day hanging out with you lot. But this is my natural state of being. Like, if anything, I'm now quiet off camera, because I get to spend, like, 6 hours a day smacking my things around, apparently. Just being myself, having a natter. It's pretty grand. Okay, so Kestrel, like, I saw a little bit of the No Man's Sky quest. I'm glad that Stooge got to name his living ship Big Kev. I just love the idea that in a universe of long drawn-out names, organic ships and universes, that someone's, you know, newly created, like, living vessel would be called Kevin. Big Kevin, if you will. Oh, Kandarian, spectacular. Actually, so Kandarian, you know how you were saying you couldn't go through with the tasks requested? Sorry, yesterday we played a game called Everhood. If you didn't see it, I won't say anything because you genuinely need to play it. Like, we are talking, like, one-shot Hex, Undertale level good. In fact, it's inspiring me to finally get our Hall of Fame together for Discord. So, a list of all the games that are quintessentially us. Kandarian, the ending is damn near transcendent. I had to just go stand in the shower and just, like, wide-eyed process what I'd gone through afterwards. Yeah, Alice with, God, who'd name a ship Big Kevin? Booming ship voice. I did. Big Kev. Big Kevin named Big Kevin. Also high. I grew this exotic spaceship from nothing but the rarest celestial embryo. I named it Steve and he loves chips. Don't you, Steve? Yes, Steve liked the crunchies. Now, Kandarian, we did visit the hallway. I had a quick look online. The hallway, depending on how you do it, can take anything from 3 to... Feckin' yo! Stooge, what, oh, friend? How are you doing? We were just telling about Big Kevin. Yeah, speaking of Big Kev... 50 fedoras with 50 raiders. 50 fedoras with 30 raiders. And yo! And Jackie gifting out 5 subs at the same time. Just fucking quick fire from the hip. Jackie, thank you kindly. Getting some House Carl Hunts in there. Those went to Misemi, Nitty Dragon, the Ankido, Zerozia, and Constable G. So Stooge, what-ho and welcome. How's Big Kev doing? How are you doing? 50 fedoras, what-ho? Thank you kindly for the follow. And then, in response, J-Post gifted a sub to Jackie Foxbutt. When the hunter becomes the hunted, House Carl style.
Stop that incessant clicking.
So, coming in. Stooge, Kestrel, I hope your mornings were lovely. I actually got to catch some of your show this morning,
Stop that incessant clicking.
Stooge, which was feckin' lovely. Though Fiona and I were in disagreement. I quite liked the snapshot style webcam, which I thought was real cool. Stu says, doing good. Big Kev doing good. They have 2 shiny upgrades already. Big Kev don't fuck around. Sorry. Oh, Jackie, that's very kind of you. Like, Jackie, I'm entirely supported by everything that comes through on Twitch. So that's currently paying for, like, our rent, power, food, the whole shebang. So, like, sincerely, all of you, thank you. All right? Oh, Zirazia, thank you kindly for the follow as well. I should probably introduce myself very quickly. Hello, my name's Will, and it is lovely to meet you. I used to work in the games industry. I did that for 10 years. Whether or not I'm in the games industry now is a whole nother meta discussion. We've been going through Control, which we're going to be jumping to in a little bit. We've just finished the main story, and we're doing we're doing after the story content, and we're going to be doing the Foundation DLC today. We have been deconstructing Control for like 6 weeks now. We initially were just going to do one day on Control to talk about the architecture of the oldest house, because I feckin' love it. And there's so much more to it. Yeah, and sorry, like, Stooge, I'm sorry you were having technical issues, but it looked really cool in my opinion. So yeah. What else have we been chatting about today? Oh, we were reading the mean comments about my dumb self on a YouTube video, which is very funny. Fiona and I did a video for Operation Tango, and they put the same trailer up on the PlayStation channel, and it's so funny. It's so funny. So I did like a little dramatic reading of that. Other than that, I've been doing battle with Twitter support. That's been about it. So, apologies if I look like I'm multi-track drifting. Just trying to, hoping that I'm going to get a message from him today. Oh! Okay, J-Post, you're just calling targets now. The Hunters of House Carl are out once more. J-Post gifting a sub to the smallest waffle. That's feckin' kind of you, yo. Oh, Neo Shido, nothing. Someone tried to bust into my account, so it's locked. So, gotta wait for them to get back to me to unlock it and release it. Them's the breaks. Okay, J-Post just got the rapid fire crossbow going here. Thank you for not only gifting a sub to the smallest waffle, but also the Lost Flowers. That's feckin' cool of you, yo. Though I think let's be heckin' honest. For this month, I think Camille's gonna win the House Carl Hunter boards, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh boy. Graphite's like, I still say it's Big Twitter. Yeah. Over the weekend, I got very, very angry on Twitter about how, especially, I can only comment in the games industry space, but people have been getting real bad for promoting really bad takes on Twitter, at least in the game dev area, and not supporting their friendos or talking about anything. Like, it seems that most of game dev Twitter now just exists to perpetuate whoever just said the bad. And when you think about how huge some of those individuals are, like, one tweet from them could change the entire fate of an indie project. Kandarian says Castlevania just released Season 3. You mean Season 4? Rip Free Time? Absolutely. That'll give me something to chew into. I've got like 2 scripts to write at the moment, so I need to not start Castlevania tonight. But, well, okay, I say scripts to write. What I tend to do is just freeball and natter, and then turn that into something cohesive after. Jackie's saying they only really use it to keep up with Tim Sweeney and the guy that works at Goddard. I mean, that's fair. Sweeney's Sweeney. I don't think he's a malicious individual, but he's kind of transcended the point where he really understands the granular. Like, he has so much money, both personally and professionally now, that he's over there. And yep. Oh, Kestrel. Oh, yes, friends. The Stellaris expansion is out now. Nemesis. If you haven't seen Nemesis, you get to be a heckin' supervillain. Like, you get to do super murders. And I'm okay with that. I want some upbeat tunes while we're still having a quick natter. I guess I'm not quite done talking all of your ears off just yet. The Sleen Eaters will rise again. Sleen Eaters, Spleen Eaters. I don't know, I like the Sleen Eaters because it implies, like, the intergalactic... Like, the spleen is the human quivocant. Wait. I'm going to start back here and you're going to Roddy like it. Sonic the Roddy Hedgehog, I tell thee. I tell thee. I'm going to try turning some more lights on. But yeah, so... Jackie was saying, Sony spent 3 years working and fighting with Apple's App Store and general developer support. I enjoy what Tim is doing. Oh yeah, we've been referring to it as the Kaiju baby fight because it's 2 like multi-billion-dollar companies doing battle, and like we have no horse in this race. It would no. Of either side, it would be much better if Epic won the Epic v Apple fight because it would definitely help a lot of developers in that space. But, like, Epic's going at it to make bank. If other people benefit from it at the same time, that's a whole bunch of Kettler monkeys, but yeah. Oh no, and sorry, Kandarian, on the Castlevania stuff, I don't think it... I know what you mean, because essentially what was air quotes season 1 was almost like a prologue, which is smart. That's how they planned it. The first season that was released was more like a proof of concept, and it worked. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah. New Stellaris DLC, you get to be an intergalactic space villain and eat stars. So I cannot wait to have a play with that. Oh yes, and the giant kaiju baby fight. Yeah, did you see, Jackie, that they're actually going to be calling, I believe it's Sweeney's going to actually testify in it? I was looking at this earlier today. Oh, and Kybal, have a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you for, chucking bits at my dumb face and for stopping in, yo. Oh, and as a quick reminder, Alien Isolation will be free next week on the Epic Store, so if you've not played it, you genuinely deserve it. Like, you genuinely deserve it. Okay. I think we're ready to get in game. Let's be a bunch of Faffermancy. Where's my gamepad? Where's my pad? Oh no. Sheila, I left my pad behind me. Along with Tiny Friendo, who's just judging me silently. So if this is your first time joining us for Control, feel free to talk about whatever. Like, we finished the main story. I think there's only a couple of story beats left in the two DLCs. So, I guess keep any main spoiler beats to yourself. But for the rest, like, tell me all of the things. Tell me your thoughts, your feels, your hopes, your dreams. Or we can keep talking about the Kaiju Baby Piss fight. God. No, and Jackie, like, I don't think your points are invalid at all. Like, one of the things that's been really interesting in the last couple of weeks is like games media comments on Epic's like strategies and theories, which has been, I found, kind of fascinating. Sorry, there was a post doing the rounds. What was it? This week, last week, about how you know, Epic are supposedly burning through 300. Epic are losing $300 million a year on exclusives and free video games, and then it's like, but they made just shy of $1 billion profit. And I believe that wasn't counting their Fortnite V-Bucks special. Lost Flowers is like, my hopes and dreams are getting to see my friends IRL after this is over. Yeah. It's Lost Flowers, it's if not when, you know? Like, it's if not when. And until then, you'll have my dumb self, you got the Longship friendos. You know, we'll be more than happy to keep you company until we can go outside. And then when we can, I plan on doing a lot more IRL streams to show you all some cool places. Yeah, Jackie, that whole thing was so clickbait. But the thing that I was focusing on, and I don't want to go over it again because I already bored these lovely Mother Hubbards to tears talking about it, but Epic's doing guaranteed minimum spend. Like, Epic is like, if you put yours on ours as exclusive, we will guarantee you this much money, and if you don't make it in sales, we'll just fucking give it to you. Which is amazing. No one does that. And the amount of cash they've given out for... Well, the amount of titles they've given away and how much they pay those developers for them is real good deals. Like, feckin' yo. Lost Flowers, you're right. I meant to say it's when, not if. Sorry. Alright. Before I butcher more well-known sayings, let's get into some games, shall we? Oh, Jackie was just adding, never looked into it, but I wondered, does Epic turn out something for the free games they do? Oh shit, yeah. Like, Epic pay for those free games. I don't know the specifics of the contracts in them, but... You know, if I had to guess, I'd assume it's like, they pay X per code. Or maybe they just play a chunk flat fee, but they pay for it. They don't strong arm people into it or anything like that. Okay. Sonic, you know I love this jam. Actually, no, the friendos that put this together, they're very cool people. But the Federal Bureau of Control is not going to run itself. I mean, unless it does, which would be very unsettling. Ikoa, go get some sleep, friend. All right, have a lovely rest of your day. And if you can't sleep, we'll be here. I will admit, last night after playing through Everhood with all of you lot, I then watched Solon play through chunks of Everhood as well. And God, it's so hard. It's so hard not just being like, hey, maybe you want to go have a look over here? Orzine Watto? Okie dokie lokiza. Oh, Wolfrad was saying, okay, so, about Control. One big non-DLC thing you'll still need to do is the Tomasi side mission. Okay. Oh. Also helps if I tell the world what we are. Oi! 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 Game no! Sorry, game was playing. I got your controller. Got your mouse. Got your mouse. There we go. Orzine got to the DLC this weekend. Lovely, lovely. Keys was like, yep, the best thing I do to steady the spoiler hand is other things. Yeah, which is where I built this giant robot. Harpacha! It was actually it was a weird build, but not too complicated, so I managed to get it finished in, well, like an evening and change. Okie dokie lokies. So when we last left our hero, we had officially accepted the title of director. That is to say, we had declared ourselves properly. We had not saved our brother, but he's in a coma now, and the Hiss are still active. So, I don't know. We haven't really saved the day. Oh yeah, and Orzine, we are now dressed for success and violence. But when we take our first break, we can decide what our outfit of choice is going to be. Because I want to give the proper directorial outfit a run. Plus, the cut of the suit has the upside down pyramid on the back, which I wasn't the one that spotted it first, but it is the most gorgeous detail. It's so subtle, but we work for the board as the director, and so we have their symbol on our back, but only if you look at it from the right angle. Oh, Miss Emmy, so, okay, Miss Emmy, this game is Control. Released by the same team that did Alan Wake, Quantum Break, oh, and Max Payne, sorry. Oh, Camille's like, almost like they got your back. Yeah, I like that. This is an action game where you play Jessie, who enters into a building called the Oldest House, owned by the Central Bureau of Control, looking for her brother Dylan. It looks like a very, very standard grey-brown third-person shooter, but is actually some absolute top tier.
Director Phaeton did a fine job handling this, especially considering how new she is.
Yeah, she did.
I suppose, but the Hiss are still all over the bureau. Who's
Sorry.
gonna get them out?
I'm sure she's working on it.
Sorry, Jenkins, you wanna say that to my
admit she's
face?
doing a good job.
Wanna say that to my face, buddy? Wanna say that to my face? I'm your boss! I can pants you and get away with it. Sorry. Hey, Ems, how are you doing? What-ho? Oh yeah, and Camille, the hair clip is the right side up of the triangle, which, as we saw earlier, the two triangles was like a thing. So, Miss Emmy, here's what I'd like to recommend to you. Now, obviously, as usual, I don't want people to feel like they can't hang out. Shut up, Bureau. I don't want people to think they can't hang out. You are cordially invited to hang out with us. But this game is genuinely good. And I don't just mean like I played a lot of Borderlands, and I quite like Call of Duty, and this game's great! I mean, like, you can go at this game just as an action game, you can go at it as a story game, you can go super art house on this, and it will absolutely reward you. If you I do recommend playing through it. I really do. We started it just to do a deconstruction on the environments and the architecture, and we've ended up doing a full playthrough like, with sprinkles on. And Ems, lovely. Glad to hear you're having a lovely day. I got locked out of Twitter, so if you get any DMs from me, don't answer them. But aside from that, I'm doing real good. They put the trailer...
In the armory?
None. Looks like it got shifted. We have rangers checking each sector.
Fuck, whose side is the house on? Alright, we'll keep teams looking. And post a watch on the old location just in case it shifts back. We need that fucking ammo.
Sorry, I was giving a quick little breather. What was I saying? Oh yes, the trailer that Fiona and I were in went up yesterday, but they posted it on the PlayStation channel today. So we had absolute glee going through the terrible comments. It was so funny. Ems says, "Welcome to Locked Out of Twitter Gang. I've been here for counts fingers 4 months." No, that's the worst.
I heard you closed the Hiss portal, or whatever it is we're calling it. If we could just flush out the stragglers.
Utopia Heart, we haven't done much more of the jukebox. We could do a spot of it today, but by my understanding, the jukebox is just for unlockables and for like additional mods and things. Okay, let's get some more story, shall we?
So, what's next for Simon Arish?
Well, first off, I'm banning all slide projectors. That's it. Seriously, though, we need to review our protocols. Research should not be making decisions that endanger the entire Bureau, fuck it, the entire fucking world, without some serious oversight.
I think Pope would agree. Certain people in the Bureau have been working in the shadows for too long.
And I'd like to make these HRAs part of the mandatory Bureau uniform. They're not stylish, but better safe than sorry.
I don't think anyone will complain. Not after this.
Oh, Orzine says, jukebox, yes, pretty much just challenge mode, but with a tiny bit of story attached. Okay. Sorry, Starring was like, hey, thanks for the 2.5 million. And all I had to do was send a clearance fee. Just wondering when it's going to arrive to my account. Any day now. Any day now. No, I am not a prince from any country. I do not have funds locked up that just require a clearance amount. Please don't open any DMs from me if you got them today.
What are your thoughts on me serving as director?
Well, I couldn't be more excited. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, Trench was fine, but well, you pulled us back from the brink. So, well, I'm honored to serve, man.
Aww.
Fuck, shit. Faden. Sorry.
He'll get it one day.
Oh, Sailor's like, come on, we know you're a duke and not a prince. Who'd be fooled by that nonsense? Apparently some people in Vegas and TMZ. Oh,
what are your thoughts
sorry.
on me?
Look, don't get, well, I'm honored to serve. I mean, fuck, shit. Faden. Sorry.
He'll get it one day.
Strags was like, did I miss a hacking event? No, someone tried to just brute force my Twitter and got me locked out. So, by my understanding, it should be fine. I'm just going to wait for them to release it. One of the few advantages, I guess, of being part of the Blue Tick Brigade. But just on the off chance, if you get anything from me, please don't open it. At least not on Twitter. Alright, so what's the sit rep?
What's the situation in my bureau, Arish?
The situation is we are still up to our eyes in Hiss. Not to mention the months of repairs it's going to take just to get this place up and running again.
But is it doable?
Of course it is. You just might need to tell some rangers to grab a wrench once they're done hunting Hiss.
And the slide projector needs to go.
Did anyone ever mention to you that Darling was using the slide projector?
Salvador never did, but I doubt he even knew. Look, I'm well aware that it's our job to study and contain the things that we don't understand, but some of the things that Darling did were way outside of our mission statement. Look, these things are not toys, and acting like they are is only ever going to end one way. At least Pope seems to understand that.
Well, it's secure now. No one can reach it without my say-so.
But thank Christ for that.
And Marshall.
Marshall's been missing for a while now. Any ideas where she could be?
The last time I saw her was in maintenance when I was leading the Rangers out of the Atlas. Yeah, I told her it wasn't safe, but she said she had to go check on something.
Did you ask where she was going?
Whew. Marshall is not the kind of person you question. That's intimidating, you know? But, she was by herself, if that helps at all.
Not really. But thanks. Hopefully she turns up.
Hey! Raid after raid after raid! Aperios, coming in, friends. Check out our fancy new threads. We're playing Control. How's your morning going? Ark saying, when will Will get a purple tick to go with the blue tick? It's going to be a very long time for that. I have a penchant for streaming far, far later than I should. And, you know, people come and go throughout the day. But, as I've said many times, Ark of the Conclave, I get to hang out with you lot on the daily, and you lot keep my dumb ass alive, which is far more important than a purple tick. Aperio said it's been a long morning, but got to crack a ton of Magic the Gathering packs, so I'm doing better. Feckin' yo! Any good surprises? Any good pulls? What have we been doing this morning? We talked, we talked about a lot of nonsense. We shared a bunch of mean comments that I got on YouTube. And we're just into the, I want to say, like, post-main story of Control, moving into the after-story content and the DLC content. Because this game's feckin' incredible. How are you? Also, Strager, did I say what ho and welcome? I hope I did. If I didn't, then that is criminal, and you can judge me for it later. So yeah, we're just catching up with all the after the adventure moments. We got Jesse in this sweet feckin' suit, which, God, the whole like dark triangle on the back thing is still just making me go feckin' yo. Oh, and Ems, forgot to tell the most important news, got a second interview at company name Redacted. Ooh, good. Well, fingers crossed for you, friend. Fingers crossed. You got this. So Aperios was adding quite a few good things. Had a lot of free packs on Arena that I needed to open as well. Strixhaven is looking good. Nice.
Which is the object of power, the slide or the slide projector? Or is the distinction itself a fallacy?
Oh, here we go. Got a couple of new ones. So we've got Variants of Hiss Threat, Part 5, Confidential. The final hiss. Hiss corruption manifests in vastly different ways. Some hosts remain largely unchanged, while others are barely recognizable as human. What determines the level of alteration? Is it duration of corruption? Could it simply be the evolutionary process? Each entity representing a stage of growth in an undiscovered linear progression that leads towards what? Additionally, Hiss entities possess various paranatural abilities. How have they achieved this? Do they gain them from the corrupted objects of power? Have they corrupted a single highly talented para-utilitarian? Para-utilitarian? Not like we've been doing this for like 5 weeks. And divided their access to paranatural abilities across the network of his corrupted hosts. As a scientist, I'm hindered by the sheer number of questions. It's difficult to identify where one should begin. What is most pertinent question? How do we kill it? Seems like a good start. Refer to file for details. Oh, check us out. Director Faden. Although, as I'm sure you all noticed, our picture as director popped up as soon as we picked up the service arm and the board essentially adopted us. So we're kind of like coming back. And yeah, Ark of the Conclave, a highly talented palatarian. I'm gonna need more coffee. I'm gonna need more coffee. I can't say the big clever long words. A highly talented para-utilitarian, like Dylan. Yes. Dylan's abilities, if shared across the Hiss network, could allow it, essentially. But no, Aperios, I'm super happy. Caffeine said, "Was I summoned? What, ho?" Actually, not myself. It was actually a Perios that summoned you. That was the sound of packets of Magic the Gathering being opened. Perios just brought a raid in, so it kind of like boomeranged you over this way. Case files. Oh, here's the slide projector. Here we go. The object is a where with a vertical tray. The object creates where. See Dr. Darling presentation 26.1 for more details. The only where to successfully produce this effect resulted in the capture of where. See Dr. Darling presentation 26.3 for more details. The object has not been successfully bound. The para-utility of this object does not require binding. Discovered when the Bureau responded to where. See AWE24 for more details. Many accompanying where were where. The entity of where was transported to the Bureau for examination to find additional where or other altered materials. Yes, how informative. And let's listen to the hotline after we've spoken to Pope. Oh, see, Pope's got some people working on stuff in here. That's cool. Haven't put my painting up on the wall yet, though. Slackers. What do you mean we're under threat from an extra-dimensional threat? Nonsense.
Jesse, good to see you. We've got Dylan situated in his containment cell like you asked. I've got medical staff running tests as we speak, and I'd be happy to walk you through the details later. Other than that, what's next?
With the slide projector turned off, the hiss are shut out, but we're stuck with the ones already here. We can't lift the lockdown until they're all eradicated. If any hiss ever got out, that would be the end of everything.
Well, eliminating them all will take time. Look, I'll do what I can on my end, but my research is progressing slower than I'd like.
I think I can help with that. I am making you the head of research, effective immediately. I want you to use everything the Bureau has, every resource, every confidential scrap of data, and find a way to keep the hiss out for good.
That's... really?
Aww.
Yes, I can certainly... Yes! Yes, I accept.
You'll do great. Besides, I didn't really have anyone else lined up.
I'm honored, Jesse, really. Thank you.
Pope, you're a great big nerd, and you're exactly the great big nerd that we need right now. So, sorry, I just noticed Perios and Salem were talking about Magic the Gathering arena codes, and I've managed to resist the call because I know what bloody Hearthstone did to me, or Hearthstone. But they got Viking cards in there, and all it would take is a really nice Viking card back, and I can see the tendrils clawing around me. Also, check out the friend account.
I've looked through the docs we found in Dimensional Research. That slide projector is extremely powerful. You were right to shut it down.
Okay, and we got more conversations going down. I should have gotten a coffee before we started chatting to Pope. Why am I an idiot?
How do you feel about me taking over as director?
You act like it just happened. You've been director since we first met, remember? I am still thrilled. Nothing's changed. Not for me. But the Bureau has changed. Trench and Darling are gone. Their knowledge, anything not written down, disappeared with them. They knew the Bureau better than anyone.
They're the Bureau's past, Emily. We won't operate like they did. We'll learn from their mistakes. We'll be better than they ever were.
Yeah!
We won't ever be like them.
Isn't that right? Fragment of an interdimensional creature currently living inside me? Although, okay, we're now no longer sure if Polaris is actually part of the Hedron, or if Polaris is part of Jesse that resonated? Science!
When the hiss got into my head, I saw some weird things. I think Darling even spoke to me. Does that make any sense to you?
Empirically, no, but phantom voices as well as hallucinatory states are not uncommon here. Considering the forces that Dr. Darling was working with, he could have been transferred to a different plane of consciousness, physically or otherwise.
And that doesn't upset you?
Oh, very. The fact that he hid those forces from me, it's infuriating. But Darling's dream was always to look beyond our reality. This time he may have taken a step too far, but as long as his consciousness can perceive his surroundings, I'm sure he's loving it.
Maybe Darling was just trying to protect you from the darker side of his work.
Fuck that. I'm not a child. Don't just assume I'm going to consider something morally repugnant.
Which it all was.
Which it all was, of course.
Pope, you are a treasure. Ark of the Conclave's like, still think Polaris as will. I'm okay with that, but I wouldn't want me as an internal voice. Oh, and Imperios and Sailor were just being like, Arena works on mobile. No. I already have my gacha obsession. Maybe if I finish Arc Knights, maybe. Imperios was saying that they think they're going to crack into this game after Essa get done playing It Takes Two. Seems like there's a lot to see in Control. Well, it's an experience. It's an unfurling joy of a game. And honestly, I will make the recommendation, do it as a story game. Turn damage off, just play through it as a narrative, and you'll have an incredible time. Oh, Starry was saying it'll become a bit more clear during the DLC. Okay. And Moo says, also, we probably need to take the role about director. We need to talk more about the role of director a bit more now that we know that the director can unilaterally decide on filling in the most senior positions in the Bureau. That's a good point. I mean, I'm liking our hires so far, but I think we'll have to make, security head of, maintenance head of security, you know what I mean? M's like, he's already at the negotiation stage. Wonderful. Oh yeah, and Bacon Avenger. Yes, I did already get to play an internal voice in one of the DreadX collections. And I don't think I did the main character any favors. Ark of the Conclave says they just imagine Jesse hearing Harper Cha in their head. And just immediate distractions about anything involving guinea pigs. Dylan's condition.
How is Dylan?
The same. I can't detect any Hiss activity, but his physiology has certainly been altered by it. And I can't tell if his brain activity is genuine or simply the aftermath of the Hiss, like spasms. Dylan could wake up tomorrow for all I know. I really can't say.
Then I just have to wait for him. That's fair. He waited a long time for me.
But don't worry. We'll be monitoring him round the clock. If he wakes up, we'll be ready. I don't mean that in a hostile way, just... well, you know.
I hear you. My brother isn't exactly popular around here.
He killed a lot of
I
people.
hope one day he'll have the chance to change that.
Musha says, is anyone else suddenly giving Polaris a Perun voice? Hello, my name is Polaris. I'm actually from a different dimension. Come to fight the Hiss. Quite like some salad. Be very nice. Utopia said, speaking of nuggets, haven't seen them in a while. We had them around yesterday. Fiona had her second round of the jab yesterday, so she's kind of in recovery mode at the moment. We may get to see a Perun or a Cleona or a Cuddly Nugget throughout the day, but that's an if and when.
So, there was a moment after Hedron died that I couldn't feel my powers. The Hiss got into my head. Just for a moment.
That explains the HRA outage. Before we knew what was happening, the Hiss had us. they were in my head. I saw terrible things. I mean, I was about to go under forever when the hiss was pushed back. The HRAs had come back on. Dylan vanished afterwards, and we fought off the hiss that came after him. So if Hedron's death knocked out the HRAs, that means there must be a new local source for them to relay, which I'm guessing must be...
me.
You. Hedron is dead, assuming that word even applies to a resonant-based life form. But whatever it awakened in you, the power you call Polaris, is still active. Or at least, that's what my instruments are telling me.
I don't think we're ever gonna understand all of this. And I'm okay with that. I'm just glad you're here with me. That's good to know. Thanks, Emily.
Fucking yo. And yeah, I guess we've got to have a chat with the board after this.
I found Dylan attacking the astral plane and the board. What was he hoping to accomplish?
Huh. Since they arrived, Hiss have been corrupting objects of power,
crunchy.
which have an inherent link to the astral plane. Maybe their goal was to access the astral plane and the board itself.
That still doesn't tell us why.
His motives are a difficult thing to work out, but I have been digging through confidential files and noticed a strange gap in knowledge regarding the board. Looks like any data on them has either been deleted or was never gathered in the first place.
Then maybe it's time someone looked into that.
Maybe it is.
Ah, crap. That's that thing when you suggest something and the other person goes, yes, which means it's your job. God darn it. Just took myself into more work. I was just gonna...
I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
I was just gonna go into my office and...
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
I like that. Oh, God. Sorry, I walked over your files. Alright. I don't think there's anyone else to talk to around this way. So I guess we've just got... we've got our hotline call. Yeah, I think it's just hotline call, and we have to head down to the red phone, I believe. Oh, health. You so quaint. Is that better? No, sorry, I'm getting my my numerals mixed around. Sorry, my apologies. Alrighty. Mission briefings. Go to the ordinary town model. Oh, that was a protect personnel. Langston's runaways. We have to get the chair and the hair. Mold removal. Details. Judgment. Toot box. Old friends. Dark place. Take the sector elevator to investigation sector. Mr. Tomasi. Clear the clog. Eradicate the mold. Talk to the plants. Oh, the water mess was the jobs from Atti. Almost said Hatti. Wolfrad says a recording of the jukebox entrance. Did you get that already? Yes. That was the one about the people that were using it as kind of a sneaky, cheeky, you know, getaway spot. That then ended up them getting like teleported into rock. Alright. Oh, and I got one more hotline. Shit, no, we got 3 hotlines. Trench the board and Faden rise the elevator? Alright. Friends, will you excuse me 2 seconds while I just go make a fresh cuppa? Because I'm gasping for a coffee. And I think we're about to get into some really good meaty stuff. So, hold that thought. Don't go anywhere. Starring says the elevator is the other DLC. Oh, because it's the Alan Wake. It's the one we experienced as we were looking at the main elevator. Okay. Yeah. It's from Alan Wake. And his whole thing from the Bureau's perspective is that he writes, and the things that he writes can create kind of like a temporary the area a threshold. Creates a temporary threshold where his writing affects reality. Good times, good times. Alright. Hold that thought. I'm just gonna make a coffee. I'll be back in a second. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, got myself a fresh bevy. Let's hear what the board's got to tell us. Give everybody a couple seconds as well. God. And then... God, we got a bunch of stuff to get stuck into. I'm sorry. You might have noticed that my ability to both pronounce words and keep a train of conversation going for more than a couple of seconds was desperately drifting. So I was like, I need a couple, otherwise I'm going to have a bad time. Oh no. Oh no, it's having a bad time there. Oh, it's over. Oh, no. Alright. Let's do this.
My reflection trapped in the darkness of the coffee I nurse.
Okay, firstly, feck off.
Turned the lights of the city into a mosaic on the windows. The day's paper lists all the things wrong in the world. The list grows longer by the day. The difference between the morning and the night. Coffee. Whiskey. No other difference. The alarm goes off at 5 a.m. It feels like I just closed my eyes. It's dark, I sit up on the bed in the gloom.
Yeah, too real, Trench.
Get
Too
up for a
feckin' real.
shower. The driver waits for me downstairs, takes me to the oldest house. An old man stares at me in the car window. It's raining. It's dark. Late at night, he brings me back here. It's not a home. It's a room where I sleep in. Waking up just as tired as I was before going to bed. Endless grind.
Dude, you work in a place with interdimensional transporters and zombies. How are you so grim? No wonder the hiss bloody got him. Okay, thank you for coming to Poetry Friday. Thank you, ex-director Trench. You hiss-infecting bad word. All right, let's see what the board has in store for us. Oh. I will admit, I don't miss that whole like living to work in the corporate. No, not the corporate space. I don't know. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna play the next one. That got too real too quickly. Feck you, Trench. It just immediately is like the old reflection in my coffee. I'm like, all right, that's not cool. As you besmirching the sacred juice of the holy bean there. All right, so what are they saying? The board, the hiss is removed / silenced from the astral plane. You have proven / beaten the not you. We like / tolerate you very much. You are prepared / underprepared for what comes next. We will speak again. In the future / expansion. I see what you did there. Good work / victory, director. And I've always loved the idea that because the way the board convey their intentions, that whether it's just like beams of thought, that the idea that they have either a concept or a word that can mean two things simultaneously. A reason why I'm obsessed with this is it creates the idea of multifunctional sarcasm. As a Brit, I live and breathe sarcasm. It's fecking amazing. The idea that I could be sarcastic on another level, like, feckin' yes. And Graphite says, it's bad that I want just one of these to be Cabin Fever from Muppet Treasure Island. Not at all. And if it wasn't for the no objects of iconography within the Bureau, there would be a Muppet Treasure Island viewing on the weekly. Okay, and this is from Alan Wake, which we saw at the very, very end the last time we played this, and will be the thing that leads us into the later DLC. We'll probably give this a rewatch next week.
Darkness engulfed the elevator. There was something there. A presence. Jesse Faden could hear it. A call. It was faint, reaching for her from a dark place. Faden was sensitive to visitations. She had them all the time. From her guiding star and the previous director. She was the perfect receiver. As if she'd been made for this. Faden paused to feel it. The force at play here. It was changing things around her, subtle, trying to make her act. Faden didn't like that. Her guide felt it too. Polaris didn't flare up in defense as with the hiss, so it wasn't all bad. Not a hostile transmission. It was powerful, but it was coming from far away, and made weak because of the distance. It was a distress call. Faden sensed a drowning man, a man desperate to escape. She sensed something else too, a hunger in the dark, not unlike the hostile resonance, waiting. She knew that desperate acts can have grim consequences. It was this, more than the man's despair, that made her follow the call. The elevator lights winked back on. The darkness receded like a memory. There was a new button on the elevator control panel. Investigation Sector. Faden pressed the button. The elevator doors slid shut with practiced bravado.
God, you're a pretentious bastard, Alan Wake. But damn, I love you. Yeah, Graphite Sparrow. Okay, the idea of multifunctional word puns. Like, Moose and Punspector would probably just evaporate on the astral plane with that kind of power.
Clean out every last hiss with one thorough sweep.
Okay. So... Oh. So, now we need to decide what to do next. So for missions... Sorry, what a mess. So the Foundation is to talk to the board. Now there was locate the hiss-corrupted Mr. Tomasi. And the Dark Place... Okay, no, so the Dark Place is Alan Wake. Mr. Tomasi... Containment Sector... I don't know if we need to do Langston's Runaways. J-Post says talk to the plants. Jesse says Artie, it helps Artie by speaking to the plants in Central Research and Research Sector. We could have a faff about with that while we kind of get our feedies back under us. I guess we've got a little bit more freedom as to what to tackle next. Got some new points to spend on abilities. I guess we've gotten most of the stuff that I really, really like. Throw large enemies, that could be fun. Yeah, why not? Now I can chuck large enemies. Now I can launch very large objects. Oh, I'm down for this. Okay, hold and launch up to 3 objects. Energy now recovers while holding launched objects. Yes! And we're going to hang out with the suit for a little bit longer. Sorry. We're going to hang out with the suit for a little bit longer before we... we need to head to Central Research. Boosh. Because I kind of want to give it a little bit of a trial run around before we get any further. I like how the ashtray maze, we've been through it, but it's still blacked out the map because we can't. Oh, interesting. Ark of the Conclave says, is Wake writing his own escape? Well, I think that's going to be one of the things that comes up in the later DLC. Well, as Moose was saying, is the limits of Wake's powers or how they're enacted. See, Alan's abilities initially came from the idea that he was writing a story that was coming true. And the realization as it came through that the power was his. And now he seems to be not writing his own escape, but trying to... He's using his powers to call out while still... What's the term? Within the confines of his own power, he's reaching out for help. He can't fully make Jesse do it, but by bringing the sector... Did he bring the investigation sector into a being? Or was it always there and we're now realizing it? It's a subtle one. Stammering says they've been replaying Alan Wake. Gotta say, still holds up really well. From a gameplay perspective, it's still a game that came out in 2010. Yeah. Okay. I guess we go talk to the plants. God, the hovering and floating is still one of the most impressive animations in this. The kind of the superhero style flying is something that's real hard to animate in this game. In games in general. And this one genuinely feels like Jesse is floating and trying to kind of counter back
to the plants. Small talk was never really my strong suit. At least they can't talk back.
For who amongst us has touched the foundations of this world and deemed them solid? All right.
I hope your day has been productive, little plant. That really works, huh?
Yo! Just have a little chat. Sorry. Oh wow, I was supposed to do that. Huh, go me. Oh, Artie's gonna be livid. I just put a sniper bolt through the toilets. Sorry. Although I am the director now. But I also know better than to infuriate your support staff. There's one squad of people you need to be in with. It's the custodians. Oh, hello, plants.
I hope those nasty hiss haven't been bothering you too much.
This is so ridiculous. Sorry, I just love the idea that Jesse, who's pretty much a very straight-talking person, is now having to baby talk a bunch of plants. J-Post, thank you for suggesting we do this. This is glorious. There's a lot of bodies around this plant.
I wish my leaves were as pretty as yours.
Just complimenting plants. What did you do at work today? Complimented plants. No. No, that's mold. Yes. But no, sorry, Stammering Gamer, I kind of half touched on your point.
Do you have a family? I have a brother.
Aww.
I miss him a lot.
Aww. Jesse's doing plant therapy. Alan Wake's a very interesting one, and we talked about this a lot last time. Alan Wake is good. Like, yes, it does have a lot of, like, you know, 2010s design sensibilities as part of its core experience, but it is a good game. But it's this interesting thing of, it to me feels like a game that is trying to, I don't want to say copy, that feels like very, very detractive, because making games is drastically different from making Temmie. But narratively, it seems to be emulating a lot of Twin Peaks. Like a lot of Twin Peaks. There's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, the story beats and characters do seem to come from some very similar places. With this, not only has this game found its own voice, which I'm very impressed by, but also it's given Alan Wake its own kind of cadence. However, I do have to put my hand up and say, I still haven't seen the Twin Peaks movie. I can't find where to watch it, and I keep forgetting to look it up. That's on me.
They say I'm the director, but what does that mean? I have no experience in leadership roles. I have no on-the-job training.
Then you're more qualified than most of the people who end up in management in video games. Oh, yes I did! Krypton's like, in before the plants stop being like, we're not children. Maybe don't baby talk at us. Good. Burn.gif.mp4. That almost made me jump. It's time to put out this fire. Hadouken! Message for you, sir! Also, you work for me now. Oh, You are very brave. Next contestant! Move! Go sort it out. Like, in a way. Ooh. A great many messages for you, sir! In a certain way, I am kind of like, you know, re-employing the people of the oldest house. You know, Bureau operatives, hiss infected, now work for me again. Maybe that's why I ended up with the Bureau, the director's role.
Your chlorophyll really brings out the green in your leaves.
No one ever tells me that.
All of them. But I kind of wish there were more. They're good listeners.
Again, J-Post, thank you for getting us to do that one. Okay, so next mission. Let's make some calls. Now, someone was saying that we needed to do Mr. Tomasi in the containment sector. So I think let's follow that. But if you have any recommendations before we start going into the Foundation proper, because it seems like the Eradicate the Mold ones are more just kind of like back and forth. And I don't know if these ones like Mold Removal and Langston's Runaways are things we need to finish. Because we still had Hand, Chair, and Moving Letters. Now, I don't like Langston as a person, but I love Langston as a character. So if that's going to get us more like conversation time with them, then I'm down for it. And that's Containment Sector. Bacon Avengers has finished the Ati missions to get the outfit. If that's something that we want to do as a group. Like, I do understand that okay, the action isn't the most exciting part of this. Oh wait, I flew past where I needed to be, sorry. The action elements aren't the most exciting parts of this, and I don't want you all to have to sit through me playing just like monosyllabic shooty gun bang. Oh darn it, where's the... Oh, it's further up, isn't it? Bacon's saying they tend to be nice and short. Anyone else have any feels on going through the Ati missions? Because, you know, I do take your time seriously, friends. Oh, yes, I have to go through here, don't I? Jesse, I need you to... Thank you. Oh, we might be able to max out. No, I need a lot of powers for that. Okay. So fast travel, we want to head to containment, and then by the turntable. So we want, is that transit corridor or the Patapatapatacon? Sorry. Yeah, I think we want transit corridor into into turntable. Like, I am happy to natter on in the background whilst we blast stuff 6 ways from Sunday. I don't want to go on a spree of mini missions so that I can have a fancy janitor's outfit. Because we do have a lot of fancy suits. Okay. Locate his corrupted Tomasi. So that's ordinary dump. Oh, here we go. Okay, this looks interesting. Oh, actually, there was another... I don't know if I've spoken about it while we've been playing through Control, but if I... Okay, hold that thought, friends. hold that thought. Oh god! Stop messing up my bureau! God. Sorry! Forklift for you, sir! I'm a goddamn jet fighter with a shotgun. Tomasi, I will expect your resignation on my desk! Yeah. Do you want to play the Who Go Higher contest? I have a PhD in pedanticism. Crane! Oh, the person! Oh, there you are. Oh, God.
Who wants to sing?
No! Fiona, no! Boxed! Oh god, again with the screaming! I'm the director now! I'm not supposed to be putting up with this nonsense. Ow, ow, and ow. Okay, 1. You now work for me. Stop screaming in my ear and go be useful. 2. You also work for me. Right, where is Tomasi? I'm gonna take this shotgun. Oh god. There's a large amount of vomiting going on over there. There you are. Ah, Peebles! Sorry about this. You are so fired! I'm not even gonna... HR are gonna hear about this. Ow! Stop hitting me with my own bureau!
There. I guess the Bureau should start looking for a new head of communications.
Right. Oh, that's not good. The red door means there's still baddies. Unless they're working for me. Oh no, just this dingus. Job's done! Thank you. Okay. So on the one hand, I've probably ruined some really ancient henge. On the other, kind of cool. Let's see what notes we get. Exo, Watto! Coming in. We're doing some after the main story, heading into the Dulce of Control. Alright, so the Sterling summary. Okay. The Sterling summary. A paranatural object appeared in a field outside Sterling, Colorado, near a billboard advertising Wah. No civilians were injured, though a family dog has been reported as missing since the event. No! Local authorities arrived on the scene and have begun issuing orders over a monitored line of communication using several watchtowers flagged by the Bureau, including Hwang. Bureau agents from the regional office were dispatched and arrived 2 hours after local police. The situation was contained and analysis began. Bureau research staff arrived the next day and examined the object. After 4 days of evaluation, the object was lifted into an enclosed truck with a built-in BlackRock panels and relocated to the Bureau headquarters via the subway transit system, leading to the oldest house. And that's it. It's just big rock squish dog, which I'm not okay with. Though it doesn't look too dissimilar from Hedron, which, at least in terms of shape, worries me a little. Alright, what have we got here? Ooh! Tape time!
You're listening to America Overnight, now in our 29th year, lifting the veil between fiction and reality.
This reminds me of OG Memnol.
I've been getting a lot of calls about this meteor in Sterling, Colorado. There were reports of a large spherical container that crash landed in a field outside town. Some government people reportedly took it away. Now, we happen to broadcast from Colorado, and Sterling isn't far. I drove down myself to check it out with members of the America Overnight team. I don't need to tell you, it wasn't long before we found pieces of metal debris scattered in a field. Listeners, this is yet another instance of an unidentified flying object,
of
or
course,
UFO, entering our airspace and crashing. That the government took away the evidence under cover of darkness only compounds the fact that these are more than likely visitors from beyond our planet, or dare I say, solar system. Head on over to our website to see pictures of the spacecraft pieces we uncovered.
At www.totallynotrunbythebureau.com.
Like your ear. America Overnight will be right back.
I love the fact that America Overnight is literally being run by the Bureau to counteract the idea of any of these objects of power becoming too powerful. It's both for obfuscation and to stop creation, but as we learned earlier, the fan death was done by a team who didn't have proper PR clearance and accidentally created a myth. So Exo, we've not gone to the Alan Wake stuff yet. We're going to do Foundation first. We're just trying to find as much lore on all of this as we can. Alright, Sterling Supplement. Here we go. So local witnesses reported a bright flash in a field at approximately where no noise accompanied the light. Authorities had assumed the object fell from the sky, but our examination found the object actually manifested here, vaporizing the soil around it in an intense spherical which possibly explains the light seen in town. The object is a hollow sphere made of stone-like material. Structural analysis of the material does not on record. The sphere is a broken portion, as if something from the object. The object has been inactive since arriving at the Bureau. The communication department has officially stated to the press that it was a small meteor, while also using the America Overnight program to Note, this AWE has been studied in the containment sector until the spherical object is deemed safe to be transferred to the investigation sector. Okay. And it appears that with the audio logs, there don't seem to be as much that we need to go over after the fact. It does seem to just be like the Darling videos that are the main proponent there. Okay. So we just need to head back up to the board and speak with Emily, or Pope, and then go from there. Hey, dust in your eyes. What, ho, friend? Narrow says, can you hold it up to the light? Hidden Figures reference. Dustin, how goes your day? Oh, board countermeasures. We can just collect a reward. Okay, so fast travel back up to Central Executive, and we'll go talk to Pope, and then Feck. Unless there's any of the other additional things that we need to do, I think let's start doing the Foundation stuff. Oh, sorry for this stretching, by the way. I've been exhausted this week. Like, nothing bad's going down, just lots of stuff happening all at once and sleep patterns awry. Oh, that's healthy. That's healthy. Dustin says Hot Pockets and chillin'. Oh. Then hopefully I can provide the background accoutrement to your Hot Pockets.
Where are the files on parasitic entities I asked for?
I found a couple of relevant files in Dr. Darling's office. I'd have to dig through the archives for the rest, but I'm not going through the Panopticon. Not with...
I took care of the Tomasi problem.
Okay.
Sorry, I forget he was a coworker.
Don't apologize. That wasn't the real Tomasi. He died when the hiss got him.
You're right. I just didn't want to be insensitive.
Sentimentality is a weakness in situations like these, Jesse. That's Bureau 101.
I don't think Emily's in danger of being called sentimental.
Fair. Alright.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Jokes
Where are the
twice.
files on parasitic entities I asked for?
Volcanos says, sneaky viewer, sneaking in a small screen while at work. Am I the equivalent of sneaking the headphones through your pocket at school so you could listen to tunes? Because if so, haha, very clever. We're about to start the Foundation stuff. So... yeah, I think that means we've got to go to... I think that means we've got to, like, get into the heck proper. We don't need doubles. Don't need doubles. Don't need the low quality nonsense. Just gotta keep clearing out these mods, otherwise they stack up so fast. Okay, I'm not even using shield. Why am I keeping shield mods? What is up with me? Sorry, Hindle, how are you doing this afternoon? What, ho, friend? Multimedia. Oh yeah, no, that was the America Overnight tape. Okay. Missions. We're gonna go for... yeah, talk to the board. So that means we need to head down to the hotline chamber. Is that on this level? It is, yes. Alright, so we're just gonna head back into our office and head to the hotline chamber.
Cool. Gotta be methodical. Clean out every last hiss with one thorough sweep, room by room.
Oh, well, sorry to hear you having a meh kind of afternoon. Oh, I guess evening for yourself, Hindle. Always good to see you, buddy.
Pope was promoted. Head of research.
Yeah.
The director's just handing out promotions?
I guess you better get in there.
Sir, you've done nothing but ignore me and shit-talk me since I started here. You ain't getting diddly. I wouldn't even give you to Ahti. As Ahti only takes the capable. Alright, so... oh yeah, we're gonna go through my office through the back way. Okay. Krypton's like, I'm surprised he still works it. Yeah, I'm still working out how to use, like, the HR system. It turns out it's frowned... that picking up one of your co-workers with telekinesis and splattering them into a wall when they're not hiss-infected is considered a faux pas. So I'm still learning. I'm still learning. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, and considering we're director proper now, like... also, did we ever find out about the cowboy paintings? Because the only one we've seen, the only few that we've seen have been different, have been the cracked wall, which... oh, sorry, friends, I got a call coming. You know I wouldn't usually answer a phone call on stream. You know how it is. Yeah, Hindle, how feckin' rad.
Even if it was a dream, I feel Darling reached out to me through the hotline. I have a feeling he and Trench won't be the only callers from the beyond.
All right, friends, settle in. Oh, Director, situation crisis uh-oh in Foundation. We demand your attention / moxie. The oldest house is in danger. We opened the door / tree in maintenance. Hurry / post haste.
Problem in the Foundation. That was Ahti's vacation spot. We need to check this out.
Yeah, we look after Ahti. Stammering says, is it weird that characters walking down steps gets me excited? Not at all. The other one that always blows my mind are the reactive animations. Like when you walk past a wall or a character and your character puts their hand on it to go past, and it's not pre-scripted. And yeah, Wolfrad makes a good point. We are probably the most qualified to talk about the hiss right now. He could have been a preliminal hiss. Prehissible, if you will. Yes, that's a word. I made it up. I'm Director. Don't question me. Like, Stammering, I still remember the first time seeing Assassin's Creed, like the OG one, and watching Altair move through a crowd and just kind of like move his body and shift through. God, so impressed. Okay. So, yeah, time to head to maintenance. It's like, I won't judge a game if it doesn't have, like, matched anims for steps and things, but... I'll have you know, I'm actually a director of the Bureau now, so,
are you?
Yeah. I've got a
Fancy pants over here.
Fancy pants and fancy pants suit.
I guess this section of the game, even though it comes after the main portion, is foundational to the story.
Are you proud of yourself on that one, Pun Spectre? I need to know. Thank you for the 200 bits, you absolute terror.
The building goes on forever. How deep did the hiss get?
Pun Spectre's like, I am. I always am. Thank you again, friend. How you doing? Watto, and welcome. Wheeler Dealer Watto.
Didn't list anything, did that?
So, I always hate saying this because Wheeler Dealer, you know I love chatting with you. And we were just talking about, oh, God, reactive animations. Not, we were just talking about, like, situations where in 3D, third-person games where the characters' movements like match steps as they're walking down, or they'll like put a hand on a wall as they go past it. I love chats about this. But so Wheeler Dealer's game is as good as everyone says, and probably a little bit better. This is definitely Remedy's finest work, and it is exceptional. The thing is, we're about to go into one of the post main story DLCs and some of the post game content, so it's going to be like spoilers all the way down, which is a heck because, like I said, I want to hang out and chat with you. But like, I don't want to spoil this for you, yo. And so Naroth, I understand, tomorrow's Blackout Club, so you get the full complement of squad. I actually need to check in with everybody now I think about it, I haven't asked. Oh, Pun Spectre's about to play some Gloomhaven and maybe some EDH. You'll have to let me know how the digital version of Gloomhaven is, because, I mean, as we all know, the board game version of Gloomhaven is the highest reviewed board game to date. And Wheeler's like, oh good, I'll be back. Okay. So I tell you what, apologies that I've been taking a bunch of like little media breaks. But before we start doing the Foundation proper, and it gives people a chance to hang out, I want to start voting on Jesse's attire. Now, civilian Jesse, take it or leave it. It's functional, it's kind of stylish. The asynchronous suit is rad as hell. The director's suit just cuts a swath. Also, the kind of like, it's not a traditional collar, it's not a Nuru collar. This kind of like half fold-in it's fascinating me. Office assistant, I don't think that's going to make the cut. But the one that we've been rocking earlier is the gold suit, which doesn't really pop until you hit the light, and then it has this iridescence to it. So yeah, the director's suit's the only one with the gold hairpin. So what I was thinking, because I'm just going to take a quick pee break in a second, is which one should we go for? I tell you what, let me set up the poll. So it'll be between asynchronous, directors, and golden suit. So Moose and people, don't you worry. I'll get this sorted. Okay, new poll. Which outfit? I know I'm being very, very pithy. So asynchronous. Asynchronous outfit. Okay, mainly because I had to Google how to spell that. Oh, Punza's baying. You can get that from the Foundation DLC, but you can only wear it in the DLC. So we get cat ears later? Feck me. Okay, so asynchronous, director's suit, gold suit. Okay, so we get 5 minutes. You can use mead points to brute force this one if you would like. It should be with you now in this twitch.television. I'm just going to quickly nip the loo because I've not been the sharpest tool in the shed today. Okay, that wasn't what I meant to do, but that's our current. God, I'm all over the place. All right, I'm going to pee. I'm going to chug some more of the coffee. I'm going to start being a proper conversationalist for you all, and we can go from there. Wow, okay. The asynchronous suit is winning a lot. So if you want the director's fancy suit, get those mead points to spending. Oh, and Brian's saying we can wear the cat ears everywhere. Okay. Well, once we get it unlocked, the cat ears will become an option. And stammering, I do want to talk about the Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5 environmental animation stuff. Admittedly, it's brute forced because they have all money to make their games, but credit where credit's due. Although you could argue that Red Dead Redemption 2 does go too far into the reactive, realistic animation stuff. But that's another story after I pee. I'll be back in a second. Don't go anywhere. Okie dokie. Alright, and you lot are getting into trouble as well, so I'm going to swap out one for t'other. Okay, the asynchronous outfit rocked face. Bleed Nora. Hang on, let me get Jesse in proper requested attire. Fucking yo. Okay, so J-Post, Pun Spectre, Graphite Sparrow, Stammering, Bacon, Wolfrad, J-Post, holy shite! Bacon's like, I blame the cat. Oh, was it not a train? Was it just Was it just regular cats? J-Post throwing in 1,000 on top of everybody else. Feckin' yo! Yeah, no, everyone just simultaneously face-planted keyboards. Now that makes a whole bunch of sense. That's very Bureau-esque when you think about it. Fucking terrors the lot of you. Hey, Greyjoy wanted the Dark Jedi look, so we're doing the Dark Jedi look. That's just how it is. Fucking yo. I see you, Stammering. I see you. All right. So I guess we got a few more minutes whilst we trundle through. I say trundle through. This train's picking up real speed. And I see you, Stammering. I see you.
Quiet bits.
Quiet bits indeed, J-Post. So very quiet. And Vanderbeest, thank you for at least attempting to refill the pint glass. It does seem that House Chaos have decided far, far otherwise. Trains do seem to be... It's a very strange thing that trains are very often the remit of House Chaos, despite them being a service known for punctuality.
Jedi handwave, these are not the bits you're looking for.
Are they not? Oh, Stammering Gamer, I'm so sorry. Should have looked for other bits on Alderaan? No, Alderaan's gone. Dustin with nondescript train noises? Choo-choo, Mother Hubbards. Choo-choo. Lordy, lordy. What you lot like? Sorry. Here's what I should be saying, is honestly, thank you all. I'm sure you all know this by now, but this means a lot to all of us. Like, me, Fiona, Nugs River, like, everything that you lot are chicken in is keeping us going. So thank you. Yeah. Thank you all. You feckin' legends.
Never scream into a colander, you'll strain your voice.
Bravo, bravo! Oh. Yeah, Chaos Trains is definitely anything from Southern Rail. I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. J-Post does, while they miss trains, they don't miss Boston's South Central occasionally catching on fire. That sounds bad. Sorry, Boston's South Station, not South Central. Oh, you glorious Mother Hubbards. Oh, forgive me while I am continuing to inhale coffee. I don't know what is up with me today. I think it's just general sleep deprivation. Like, I'm having a bloody good time. This week's been real good. But for some reason, I cannot seem to get my arse in gear today. Maybe it's just like after Everhood yesterday, I'm just emotionally drained. Now, Salem was asking, was the station on fire? Was the orange line just having a particularly I know the word. That one. Which of those two would best describe, dear Pun Spectre, the situation you found yourself in? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Well, sorry. Individuals of all persuasions, thank you kindly. Like, sneaking a train in while I was away for 2 seconds. Thank you. Alright, just thank you. Now, we gotta head to maintenance. So, Wolfrad was saying about the cat ears. They are glorious. But I fear that Wolfrad fears that getting them will probably be a little too boring for Stream to unlock, since it requires 8 collectibles, some of which require multiple steps, and there's very little lore involved. So I wouldn't worry too much about them unless others feel otherwise. Okay. Like, it does mean that there's stuff for people who have been watching this but still plan on playing themselves will have stuff to unlock, which is cool. So let's head on down. Now, the thing is, Volcanor's like, wait, I can get cat ears on this game? We need to spin this back up. Yup. Now, Foundation was the restricted area. I kind of want to go through Black Rock Quarry, but that will take us an inordinate amount of time. But we will spend some time around Foundation, because if you haven't seen it down here, oh boy, it is a feckin' sight. There's something about games that are able to create these otherworldly environments that I get so enamored with.
Dark, quiet, trans-dimensional. This place really suits Ahti.
Okay.
So that etching is the door. Okay, let's try opening it.
Alrighty, but I want to just travel back a little bit, because last time we came through here, we had the Song of the Sea playing to us in this huge open environment. Like the foundation of this very building proving to be this otherworldly. Like, I don't know. Last time we spoke about this was feckin' like Addams Family basement style. And this little kind of like cacophony of tents and camping area being at like the edge of the foundation, I thought was very curious. As if to say that the Bureau themselves only ever came this far. This was their like base camp into exploring the foundation. And the capture point nearby, is that? Oh, it's just something glinting. I thought it was more lore. The control point nearby is one of the homemade ones by Ahti, where it's not actually any scientific equipment. It's cleaning supplies made to look like it, which makes the implication that perhaps the control points don't work due to any kind of frequency or resonation or what have you, more that because of the agent's belief that it does, which is a whole nother kettle of psychological monkeys. Now let's get into the new stuff. We do the weird stuff. And Brian, I wasn't saying necessarily that the hunt move. I love
No time for sightseeing. The board said this was an emergency.
Bored schmord, we're taking our time. So Brian, I wasn't necessarily implying that the hunt for the cat ears was dull from a playing perspective, but more like one of the things we've been focusing on this run through is the story, the lore, the world, the narrative, how it tells this tale from so many different maneuvers. And I wouldn't want everybody watching to have to just watch me monosyllabically run through a bunch of collectible hunting. Do you know what I mean? It's less that I think there's a big difference between what is fun to play and what is fun to observe, or interesting, I should say, is a better term. Do you know what I mean? Okay. So Stammering says, going back to what we were talking about, I agree that Rockstar do have money to give their main games every piece of realism. But I'd say that Rockstar is one of the few devs that when they release a game, it pushes the entire industry to get more out of games. See, I would disagree with that, because Rockstar have been making games the same way for a very long time, and they do grind their developers into a fine powder, because they make games the old way, but they brute force it. They don't invent new ways of development or construction. What they do is they just apply more people to it, like an industrious effort. Also, light on! Oh, stalactites, nice. However, the things that they create are frequently only things that they could create. Red Dead Redemption 2 goes to such a level of...
Looks like no one's been down here in a while.
Not simulation, but like, I want to say like simulacrum. Like, the characters are capable of reacting and doing so much. Not in a simulated manner, but... Ooh. Not in a simulated manner, but in just a complexity of systems kind of manner, you know? Like, your character has bespoke animations for, like, going through snow, swamp, different kinds of walking on grounds. Sorry, Brian saying Rockstar are really how they build the pyramids so big, with really big whips. Now, there is a school of history that believes that that the pyramids might have been built seasonally by the populace, rather than purely constructed through slave labor, as was previously thought. But that's the thing with historians; they like mixing it up every few years. But yeah, currently the way Rockstar are able to create such incredible titles is just by sheer number of bodies. And they can do that. They can spend as many years as they want on a title because they've managed...
Those crystals are kind of pretty. Emily would be having a field day down here.
They are very pretty, if a little unsettling. Fascinating. And again, this isn't necessarily a diss. I mean, as we discussed in the run-up to Red Dead Redemption 2's launch, there's a lot of things that they didn't need to do. Like, forgive me for being crass, but reactive horseballs is not a thing that you need in a game. That's a level of, again, I don't want to say simulation, but like, that's a level of emulation that adds nothing and takes a lot of time to create, you know what I mean?
My life's been a strange one. Certainly stranger than I'd like. But this place, it's something else. The floors crawl, the walls slither, it's a shifting pit. On the street, it's just another drab building standing there for anyone to see. But no one does. How did we miss it? Northmore. Acting director in Northmore now is on a train from Washington. He'll expect answers, which is why I'm making these tapes. They're evidence that I'm at least trying to understand. Father searched his entire life for something like this, and we find it 1 week after he's buried. He always hated irony. Of course, Father, the great director, Ash, would have been the first man in. And look at me, his bookworm son, the supposed head of research who can't stop his legs from shaking long enough to step over the threshold.
Oh wow, that was savage. So Stammering was adding that recently had a talk from the CEO of Red Kite Games who used to work at Rockstar. He said basically the same things as yourself, but mentioned that ideas that someone suggested, they do sort of take what they can and take it on board. They expect a lot, but I'd say it's sort of worth it when the products they make are an absolute powerhouse as they are. So, from what I understand is I doubt they'd ever be, like, conceptually anti suggestions from staff and ideas. It's not quite the I know better than you big school of development. But when you have that many people working on something, you have to be very careful with how you make any... Excuse me? Alright, so I can't do anything with those. You have to be careful about how you make any changes to the process, because if you have so many people working on so many assets, animation systems and things, any potential changes could throw the whole pipeline out of whack, and that's going to add an innumerate amount of time. And whether or not it's worth it is a philosophical discussion. I'm not the best person to have this discussion with, because I don't think that you should have to destroy yourself to create the things that you want to create. But I do. Like, when I was dev side, I would work any and all hours on the constant. And very rarely was anyone asking me to, and even rarer still was anyone making me. But I did. So, like, I can't throw stones at the concept that, you know, working an intense title to create something is bad, because I've literally done it. Philosophically, I'm against it. Like, philosophically, I don't believe the ends justify the means when it comes to how you treat your staff in creation, you know?
The Foundation.
Oh.
Bottom of the oldest house. Stop the hiss.
Marshall? How was she on the hotline? Unless she's dead.
Oh, this is not good.
Jesus. She seemed like the kind of woman who could survive anything.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Alright, so multimedia. Yeah, so ash tapes.
My life's been a strange one. Certainly stranger than I'd like. But this place...
Okay, no, so that's playing pretty much. But we do know the hotlines end up... The hotlines and the videos end up being different, so brace yourselves. We've got our first hotline call from Marshall. Was not expecting this.
I only heard of the Foundation when I became head of operations. The very bottom of the oldest house. Director access only. Just the name alone is classified. Zachariah gave me a tour the day I was promoted. Said I should see it for myself, to understand. After that, I snuck down on my own from time to time to keep tabs on the place. And on them. But nothing ever changed down there. Not even the walls. It's solid, permanent, different from the rest of the house. Of course, they were always watching me. I never stayed long. I'm not stupid. I have to stop the hiss from finding this place. I'm the only one who can.
Okay. Gonna theorize that didn't necessarily go as well as intended. Let's not go into the bright. Dustin says Shifting Pit is the name of my new metalcore band. Interesting. But we have seen things shifting. Like, we've seen elements in this environment change. So, something has changed down here for certain. No, that's not good. So stammering, again, I don't feel like I'm a good barometer for this conversation. I actually also feel a lot of the people that advocate against I don't want to say advocate against crunch because I'm vehemently against crunch. Because crunch is definitely the you are being told from up on high this is what you must do, of which Rockstar are very guilty of doing. Oh crap! Oh, that is bad. Darn it! Okay, that is bad, and you are not worth it over there. I suddenly lost the power of flight going across there, so no thank you, Satan. I felt an emotional attachment to the projects that I worked on, which is where it came from. It's less like pride or ego, but more, I don't know, a certain sense of emotional anchor to the projects. Do you know what I mean? I don't brag to people about the titles I've worked on, but at the time they were very emotionally important to me. Does that make a weird sense? But I feel like we're getting off topic here. Now we're just chatting about like what Will thinks. I will say that the downside to the Rockstar development methods is that while they can beat everyone else out on size of scope, on spectacle, on sheer like complexity and depth of open world adventures, as open world experiences, their games are always going to be drastically behind the curve in terms of narrative. GTA 5 is definitely the weakest narrative title they've put forward to date, in my humble opinion. Weaker than Manhunt, weaker than, heck, even the original Red Dead. And it is not improved upon by the additional time of. Alright. Do you kids want to come down here so I can bean you to death with a rock, or do you want to just stay up there? Choice is yours. Move! Oh, apparently. Made the answer for me. Alright, you kids work for me now. Alright, stand to attention. My Pokemon friends. Okay, so we can still drive the hiss out, even if the hiss doesn't have its usual level of effect. Which is fascinating. Can't open those up. Can't get its deep cabinet either. Okay, sorry. The interesting thing is that the longevity of Grand Theft Auto, this current one, has been its online component. It wouldn't be weird to say that the next title we see in the Grand Theft Auto series will most likely be a multiplayer-focused experience. Or perhaps what they'll do is remaster some... remastering for them is a very, very lengthy and costly process. I'll still not enough to buy. Sorry, I must sound like I'm like multi-track drifting between so many different conversation points. The reason I say it's difficult to remaster Grand Theft Auto titles is because of the way the likeness and music rights are handled. So, now, the one thing I do need to say is I haven't had the chance to play through Red Dead Redemption 2. And so I can't speak to its narrative beats. Although, it's worth noting that, you know, the Western genre has been around for a long while. And, I mean, the first Red Dead title was an emulation of all of the old great Westerns. If you never got the chance to play Red Dead Revolver when it came out, like, each level was pretty much based on a different Western movie, or at least each section. Stammering said supposedly they're doing something with remasters and remakes. Take-Two CEO confirmed something's happening but didn't mention what. I mean, that makes sense. Alright, so we got a little lore on the cave paintings on art and time. At first, I thought the cave paintings in the Foundation chronicled ancient humans' encounters with natural occurrences like weather, but it soon became clear that they depicted events far outside the average human experiences. Also, it seems I was wrong to assume the images are ancient. Radiocarbon dating suggests something impossible, that I've been down here longer than the paintings, and that's absurd. The style and medium clearly indicate the Paleolithic origin. I was ready to conclude that an ancient community of humans lived in or around the oldest house. Now, with this information, I don't know what to think. Is one of our agents drawing these, or is someone down here with us? This place has a habit of skewing my results. Perhaps the data is corrupted. Or, perhaps, some paintings were created in different times. The art does seem to chronicle not only the past, but also the present, and possibly the future. I see them as echoes of the board. Some linear architecture, I see them as echoes of the board, some linear architecture, even what could be interpreted as the director. Are the paintings telling a story that's still being written? If so, who is writing it? Jumping back in... Oh, the man says the Western genre is listed for longer than the Western era. That's a very good point. There's a lot to draw from there. So, the comments I was making... Hang on, why do I have a blep on missions? Just did the thing. Oh, is it? I have to go hand something in. Oh, sorry. So the reason why I bring that up is because if Red Dead Redemption 2 managed to do some interesting things narratively, I think it's because the Western genre has been around for so long that it would be easier to understand and then articulate on it. In the same way that a lot of GTA's best titles since 3 onwards have been based on a lot of like well-known crime ideas. Okay, I'm gonna need you to. Oh, you! It's time for Pokebands! You work for me now. You also work for me now. Battle my Pokemans! Fight for me! Oh, you did not just. Okay, apparently they can teleport murder.
Pickaxes now.
Okay. But check out the attire. Okay, so these Hiss-infected appear to be wearing the remainders of Bureau garb, and yet are fighting Neolithic style. Okay, has anyone else read BPRD Hell on Earth? Because I'm getting so many good flashbacks. Sorry. Oh, Dezu was adding that no matter how difficult it would be, a San Andreas remake would be extremely popular. People are still modding and playing through the original to this day. Yeah. If anyone could do a remake of that, it's Rockstar. They have the money to brute force it, and they could probably make it back. Though it's probably worth noting that a lot of the iconic brands, musicians, and elements from San Andreas... Wait, which one? Okay, I'm getting my... I think I'm getting my GTAs mixed up. Vice City, sorry. Vice City was the classic banger. San Andreas... Okay, yeah. San Andreas would be... There'd still be parts of it that would be tricky to work through. Music licensing and the ilk, because modern bands are now very, very aware of how much money they can make off of Rockstar. Also, Tanari Wow. Watto! Yep, we're back here in the oldest house. We're in the foundation, the caverns beneath the oldest house. Getting into some weird stuff. Also, looks like Badass Security Lady might not have made it. So, Tom! You missed the good news! I'm sure the official memo will go out soon, but Northmore called an all hands at the crossroads to announce we're finally moving out of this hellhole up into the house proper. Bureau Brass has apparently solved the moving walls problem, or at least figured out a way to pinpoint when and where it'll happen. All I know is it means goodbye darkness, goodbye weird lunches with that ex-Nazi scientist, and goodbye pissing into the pit. I know that was you, Barry. Northmore's ordering the Foundation sealed as soon as we can get and haul our stuff out, and somehow convince Ash to come with us. He's the only one kicking up a fuss. This is long overdue. We've lost 11 men and damn near $10,000 in supplies moving between the entrance and the Foundation, and for what? Research? Ash is batty if he thinks we want to stay down here and sift through more sand with him. It's just rusted iron flakes anyway. Like, did you know that? Did you know we're breathing that in? Breathing in rust? I'm sure it's fine. Ooh, okay, and the Hiss Sharpened. Hiss Sharpened agents display para-utilitarian ability to rapidly move short distances. This ability is unique in the fact that it's not associated to any known object of power. However, we should not discount the ability, the possibility, this ability is an object variation. For example, the Abrupt Physical Relocator, or APRA, could potentially be a variant of the Jukebox's effect. Other explanations for the Hiss Shepherd ability include momentary time manipulation, brief increase in physical speed, inhibiting the witness's sense of sight. If we do accept the Hiss Sharpened ability is not connected to a known object of power, then the Hiss are either manifesting this unique paranatural ability or objects in the house. There are objects in the house we aren't aware of. Either way, the Hiss continue to develop. New strains of corruption is cause for concern. Refer to Where for a full report. Tanari, this isn't the sand we're not allowed to touch. This is new sand, which is apparently just iron flakes of rust. And, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure breathing in rust's fine. Oh, the man says, I've been down here longer than the paintings. That doesn't make sense. You can't carbon date something that's alive. Well, no, so if you carbon dated something and it was like, this is from last week. I think that's the implication. And I think what's happening here is that the physicalities of the Foundation are solid, that time is not. Does that make a sense? Oh, that seems hideous. Beware of toxic geezers. Oh, those are gross. Ugh, I'm a skin crawl. I'm not entirely sure which way we should be headed. Alright, I'm going up because, yeah. Those are making my skin crawl real bad. I'm sure we'll have to go that way at some point, but there we go. Okay, so look at it like this, the man. If your carbon dating showed it to be within recent time periods, yet everything else about the situation suggests that it's like thousands and thousands of years old, then that would put those comments into effect. Now, again, the question being, are we looking at a time displacement here? Wait, where? Something weird about these particular angles. Sorry, I think there's more to it with the environmental designs of those parts than I necessarily understand just yet. Yeah, no. Okay. Now we're just finding, like, wreckage just buried in the sand. No, I don't want his notes. God darn it. Shifting fragment. Interesting. Research notes. Definitely untrack. We're here for the Foundation. Alright. And I wanted to read this correspondence. Okay. Sorry about this. Mr. Wilder. I have some bad news. Do you remember Robert Ricardo fellow we brought in as the special consultant in the map of the lower caves? Well, today he found a chamber with weird eyes covering every inch of the walls. Ew. A strange black pillar in the center. Kind of looked like the one at the crossroads, but smaller. We had a bureau member shadowing him, but whatever happened in there did a number on our guest. The docs are taking a look, but it's pretty clear that Mr. Adventure's exploring days are over. I know we were very careful to limit this guy's exposure to the non-ordinary. Drugging him, carrying him through the upper floors was a real hoot, by the way. But we really need to reevaluate our policies on external contractors. Honestly, we'd be better off forming a special division trained in repelling and orienteering than subjecting more outsiders to the shit we deal with. They almost always end up dead or loony. Whew. I'm sure it's fine. And it seems to be some of the things that we're picking up down here is definitely about the early days of the Foundation being set up. So like this idea that they got into the caves first before gaining access to the oldest house. So before they could walk in through the front door, before there was a front door to walk in and out of, they found the oldest house from down here.
The astral plane is cutting into our dimension. What if this happens in the upper floors? It'll destroy the Bureau.
It's fine. Job's done. Kids want to just stand around over there, or... Apparently they do. There is one thing I've been pondering, is that in the astral plane, there appear to be these bad guys with guns, right? You work for me now. You work for me now. Ow, okay. Job's done. He gets to go spend the rest of his time in the void. Okay, so seriously. You came back? I threw you into the void! God, you just can't get the help these days. Alright, so we don't have a way to get up there just yet, I don't think. Okay, so over we go.
I wish I'd brought Emily with me. I could really use my head of research right about now.
You all saw Polaris flashing there for a second, right? Sorry, I just imagined it. Dustin. Dustin's like, excuse me, the astral planes implies the existence of astral trains and astral automobiles. That reference is older than people in here. I'm not against it, I feel it warrants mentioning.
Marshall? Marshall! You're alive!
Spoiler, Marshall...
Wait! It's Jesse!
Marshall was not alive.
The director!
Astral cycles, oh my word. So Stammering Gamer, as far as we know, the service weapon is unique. as an object of power. I don't know if I'd agree with the nothing is unique. Like, so far, a lot of the objects of power we've picked up have been kind of one of a kind, like the projector and stuff like that.
Whoa. This place is huge.
This is kind of cool. Oh, the
Marshall?
crossroads.
Can you hear me? She was on the hotline, so that person couldn't have been Marshall, right? One problem at a time. Let's see what's going on with that pillar first.
Investigate the nail. Also, let's be heckin' honest. The standard ideas of time and whatnot in this place are completely screwy. Quasi's like, Watto, that looks tasty. Oh, you mean the mold? I did bring a packed lunch if you want some of the mold, because it's pretty tasty. Alright, so this must be the nail. Nail door monolith is hurt. Touch revive it to enter. Oh, thanks, the board. I'm gonna have a look around first. Nothing personal, the board, but... Okay. Yo! That thing is the... oh god, the monster we fought earlier. The fake, the... oh god, what were they called? The huge one-eyed creature. There's a bunch of floaty people that could be hiss infected, and there's the board up top. The former, thank you, Punspector. So, that feels important. Let's see what's in the building lab over there. Oh, but first, more lore! Alright, foundation pillar, here we go. Okay, so the pillar found at Crossroads is best described as an onyx spike that protrudes from the cave floor, almost like an imposing stalagmite. Despite its aggressive silhouette, the structure is has an undeniable allure. Freud would certainly have something to say about the pillar's overly erect nature. But I'm more drawn to Whitmore's essay on dynamic layers, structures within structures, the fractal mirror in every being. And given its significant location, I believe the pillar is either the very heart of the oldest house or an intrusion within the heart. Or perhaps it's like the husk of a seed from which the oldest house sprouted. Trottier wrote that great architecture isn't built, it grows. But then why does the pillar look so different from the rest of this place's concrete walls and rocky caverns? It's easier to see it as an anomaly, as a buried artifact or a foreign body, a demonic phallus. I wonder if this pillar is any more welcome here than we are. Well, oh, and the astral copy. Alright, so, with the astral plane now physically accessible, a torrent of new information has been collected on entities known as astral copies. The copies' bodies are composed of a dense stone-like material that is both resilient under controlled circumstances and brittle when struck with significant force. Whether the astral copy possesses individual consciousness or are directed by a higher intelligence such as the board remains unknown. However, their shared aggression seems to be a unified goal. Director Faden's encounters with these entities and when binding objects of power in the astral plane indicates that they serve as live targets for potential para-utilitarians. Almost got through it. Some have been equipped with Bureau weaponry, though it seems unlikely they were armed by our personnel. It's important to note they appear immune to his corruption. Refer to the file for full report. Cool. I've got to have a look at what's over here. Oh. Audio tape.
It's been 5 days since we first entered the building. Traversing the interior is dangerous due to the shifting, but we did manage to find a lower cavern that seems structurally predictable, which is a scientific way of saying its walls won't crush us in our sleep. Northmore even made a discovery.
Ooh.
A pistol placed on a stone pedestal in front of that strange ebony pillar. Seems like something out of a storybook, except The heroes usually find swords, not handguns. But it is the perfect lure for someone like him. Hours after finding this weapon, Northmore cornered me to spout some nonsense about how the board had made him the director. He ranted about the title being meaningless before now, calling Father and all other previous directors shams, frauds, and worse.
Okay.
I think this place is worse for Northmore than it is for me. Strangest thing? There was no pedestal in front of that pillar a day ago. This building has swallowed a dozen of my men, and now it's handing out presents? Is it playing some sort of game? If it is, we're most certainly losing.
Well.
We don't even know the rules.
Feckin' yo. Ark of the Conclave is asking if the board are like the Hiss. They don't appear to be. They appear to be more coherent and more involved. Plus, they appear to be from the astral plane, not from a tangible dimension. Alright. The one sad thing about this is there isn't much to glean from the architecture yet. The cave paintings are fascinating, but... Oh, God. Oh, I knocked the coffee over. Shit. Oh, friends, I'm so sorry. Look, do you want me to go get some coffees in a bit? Can make up for it. I mean, it has this dig site element, but... there isn't much more to glean than that. It feels like this place was, I don't want to say abandoned, but hasn't been used since its initial discovery. And yeah, Dustin, it's kind of rad. It's kind of feckin' rad. It's also, just take a moment to appreciate, that's 666 subs. Like, right at this very moment. That is an inordinate number. I saw that one gentleman on Steam was attempting to bust open the record for most subs at one time. And while I understand his exhaustion probably played a part, I can't imagine being as calm as he was when encountering that number very, very, very often. Nathan did an article over on Kotaku about it. Sorry. Let's see what investigating the nail is going to do for us. Oh, repair the nail/link to prevent astral consumption/collision. This is the director's duty/plot. Authorized for single use of new tool/upgrade. Use it to save the Foundation, us/Bureau. Oh. The left self and weapons, only one is permitted. Which will you choose to become?
So I can only choose one? I thought I was done with these tests.
Also, the feckin' imagery in this whole game. Oh my life, why am I yawning? The game is great, you are all providing excellent conversation, I've got coffee, what is wrong with me today? Oh yeah. Oh, Stammering's gonna have a mocha, chocolate latte, yada yada, please extra cream, done. Does no one else want a coffee? Alright, Stammering, I guess I'm just getting you a coffee then. Where's my brain at? God, I'm all over the place. Do you mind if we just take a little beat and a breath just to natter for a second? What's been going on with your good selves? Or, the classic question is, what have you lot been playing at the moment? For those of you that were there, I finished a large proportion of Everhood last night, which might be one of the great games of our time. Bacon Avenger is taking off the "will apologizes for being a human." Yeah, I know. Ooh, Agananiki being resourceful just made an office mocha with instant coffee and some Swiss Miss and a bit of milk. Nice. Now, fun fact: if you don't mind it, if you can dissolve coffee granules into milk before you add the hot water, it gives it a nice smoother edge. I spent a large portion of my career trying to take the cheapest instant coffee you've ever had and turning it into something drinkable. The man says, surviving Mars, Star Sector, Civ 6, good combo. Neo Shadow has been playing RuneScape mostly because it's my safety comfort game. Hey, no apologies. I still think the, the RuneScape Survival Tournament was the most interesting thing. And I was kind of sad to see it didn't become more of like an esport hit. Dustin's laptop is an ass. So Loop Hero's been keeping them satisfied until I can afford a new one. God. Fiona keeps saying that I should look into getting a Chromebook. Just a cheap Chrome-based laptop for home. So I can do all the after stream stuff like on the couch and not spend all of my life in one space. But I am immediately horrified by the concept of laptop shopping, which is an obnoxiously difficult process. Neo Shadow's saying that it's coming back, that the Dead Man mode is going to have a new event. Nice. Ooh, Dustin suggesting melt an Andes mint or a York peppermint patty into a hot chocolate for tasty mint chocolate goodness. Ooh. I mean, that's definitely a winter drink. Volcanor's face rolled the intro to Horizon Zero Dawn. I think it's the 5th time through. Thank you. Thank you playing this game on a friend's PS4. Oh, do you mean Horizon Zero Dawn? It's very, very good. See, there's loads about Horizon Zero Dawn that I want to deconstruct, but not because I think the game is bad, but because it's so good that there's parts of it that inspire thought. Like, it's a third-person game, but it's a third-person game where we have more knowledge than our character, and I find that fascinating. I still haven't decided if it's good or bad, and a lot of games do this, not just Horizon Zero Dawn, but like, we have more knowledge about the situation often than Aloy does. They're quite naive early on, and it makes for an interesting way to ground the player in the story. Does that make a weird sense? So, like, Aloy's got her little heads-up display thing that she picks up, but when she encounters another person that has the same thing, she doesn't make the realization as to that person's setup. Plus, our knowledge, just as humans in culture of what machines are, robots are, dinosaurs are, gives us more grounding than Aloy, for whom it's just the place she grew up in. There's a lot of that's just how it is logic. Exo says Capcom made their demo convoluted. I'm not sure what you mean. I know they did shut down their North American store, which on the one hand is sad, but I never could afford the prices of stuff. Okay. Foundation / Crossroads. Okay. Choose an astral plane challenge. Okay, so that gives us platforms. The left self will grant shape manipulate. The right weapon will grant fracture undo. Ah, one will allow us to break stuff open, the other will allow us to... Okay, now, to those of you who have played this through, which of these should I chew these should I chew on? God, why is Will's teeth in a state? Yeah, he went into the Crossroads, and he's just been chewing granite ever since. We should probably talk to HR about this. Nicole Coloni, Watto, welcome, good afternoon. Yeah, Charles says it doesn't matter. Okay, sorry, so Stammering says, I'm building a mountainside palace in Minecraft. That sounds lovely. I might wait till the next big content update for Minecraft before I do another playthrough, which will be solo by myself. Like, that's my sit there with a gin kind of summer game, you know what I mean? Stammering says one of them games with a really good starter point for the series. Oh, do you mean Horizon Zero Dawn? I do agree. From what I understand, Guerrilla... It was Guerrilla that developed Horizon Zero Dawn. There was a lot of bespoke stuff they did to make that game pop. And so hopefully they can reuse a lot of the back-end work to bring their sequel forward. So Exo is saying that the demo of Resident Evil 8 is going to have a 60-minute time limit. That's understandable. I mean, yeah, I think I'm going to go for platforms rather than smashing. It's more our style. We are twerking / cultivating the ability / you. Okay. Okay. It does help facilitate flight, so I am... Oh, we are the first director to receive this, and that we should feel honored. Okay. No, I'm pretty sure it was twerking the man. I'm pretty sure. If the board wants us twerking, then we twerk. You know, that's just a... Unfortunately, you know, this is just a director's charge. Feckin' we. Feckin' we. Oh! Thank you. Harper chopper chop. Dismantle, loosen the MacGuffins located in the fringe nowhere of the astral plane. Astral bleeding collision has spread lost them. Do this so the nail will be repaired, /glued, /crisis averted. Oh! Oh, we're gonna have some fun with that. Snooping is forbidden. Whatever. I was about to say you're not the boss of me, but they're literally the boss of us. Nope. Nope. Ah! One more for one more. Whoop! Ah! This game does know how to have fun. Agananiki says they're curious to what percentage of players pick one power or another. That is interesting. God, okay, the one I really want to talk about, and we might have to... Crystals can be shaped while levitating, okay. The one that I do really want to talk about... I keep thinking about Everhood, and I've come to a realization with that game. But if you're trying to avoid spoilers, I don't want to talk about that resolution. I don't want to talk about it because it will spoil a large proportion. So Exo is also adding that the Resident Evil 8 demo is only available from the 16th of April to the 3rd of May.
This broken pillar is called the Nail. It was broken by something, and now the astral plane is bleeding into the foundation, which will destroy the oldest house, the bureau, and everyone inside.
Oh, goody.
I need to find 4 locks, or keys, or whatever, to stop that from happening. But I'm the director. I've handled worse. This should be simple-ish.
Simple-ish. Yeah, we're with you. We got you. So Exo, you're right. It does sound like a very, very confusing premise for a demo. I'm not usually for demos. And there's a part of me that wonders if Capcom is trying to articulate now that they've found out that this particular title is going to end up being an absolute banger. Like the I keep forgetting her name, sorry. The tall vampire lady has become damn near iconic. Oh, okay. So if we'd chosen one power, we'd be able to bust through this to the canyon rim. But we chose the platform power, so we can head over this way. Yeah, I do wonder if there's a certain part of the success of the village's pre-marketing concepts that's doing better than they expected. Oh, we're heading to the wine house. Oh, and Salen's saying, based on how you're reacting to the story of this game, I suggest you check out the Laundry File books if you haven't already. I'm gonna do House of Leaves after... I just finished my previous book, which was light and chipper. And apparently that's not what I want to go for right now, so I'm gonna get back into the non-standard narrative nonsense. Sorry, I apologize, Exo. I was kind of like butchering my thoughts on it there. Yeah, I get this feeling with Resident Evil 8 that it is getting a much better reception than they had initially anticipated. And I don't know, Resident Evil has this kind of like one-on, one-off thing when it comes to their titles, where they tend to do a title and then an articulation on that title, a title, articulation on that title. So like you had Resident Evil 2 and then Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. 3 Nemesis very much being What If 2, but slightly smaller in scale, but with a follow monster and some additional modes. We had 4, kind of the revolutionary of the series, and then 5, which took it into a co-op focused, very similar to 4. We had multiple re-releases. I believe 6 was a mess. So 6 didn't have an articulation, to my understanding. However, 7 broke the mold, again, in a similar way to 4, and 8 is an articulation on that. 8 seems to be more over the top, more bombastic. It's not just a haunted house horror movie. There are werewolves, there are vampires, there are squiggly weird things. Like, is it Midget Napoleon weird? I don't know, but it's certainly a trip. So it's possible that, much like with previous titles, they weren't initially expecting this one to have the same like huge reception, but for some reason, like the internet has articulated on Tall Lady something fierce. Like, she is currently Capcom's unofficial mascot. And poor Ryu, if Resident Evil 8 comes out and it is a very, very good game, Ryu's out of a job. Like, and if I'm being perfectly honest, if it's a choice between Tall, Powerful Lady and Man Who Punch Good, there's a lot of Man Who Punch Goods in video games. Like, and I'm a Street Fighter fan through and through. But of all the characters, Ryu is still the dullest. Like, he is the ham sandwich, no addition of fighting game characters, and that's okay. But as a mascot, meh. A 9-foot vampire lady with impeccable style, you know what? That's a mascot. You're alright, Stammering. You're alright. As someone who has to cool himself off every time Shodan speaks, I'm not going to throw any shade at anyone. But it's also possible that our 9-foot vampire lady is going to be more than just her visual components. And what I mean by that is some of Resident Evil 8's most iconic characters were just their visual design. Like, Midget Napoleon was just... Oh! Warehouse! Was just that. And then their kind of like their full monster form was, well, horrific. Ridiculous. And there's nothing more to Nemesis than we took a Titan and we put some stuff on it. Do you know what I mean? Desi was saying fighting games had the chance to go bigger than a few years ago, but most of them stumbled at the most important moment. I think we're still waiting for the next step up in fighting games. Arc System Works have become like another big contender on the scene, which is great. They were always there, but now they're becoming like a household name. But I don't know how it's going to come. Street Fighter V wasn't it. But I feel like I don't know. Like, fighting games are this sphere that's about to grow this whole thing larger. And I'm not quite sure what part of it's going to cause the expansion, but something's going to. Oh, and Exo, congratulations on your engagement, friend. Congratulations. Dustin's like, Warehouse 13. God, I missed that show. I mean, probably a larger portion of the... That is a big tower. A larger portion of the inspirations into this. Alright, I'm gonna explore up there, and then we'll explore these little towers here. I hear bad things. Oh, there we go. Job's done. Time to work. Explodes. Oh, evils. Oh, you dodgy bastard! Because he just get it? Because he dodges. You know what? Just work for me. It's much easier. Dead? I don't know, buddy. Are you dead? Let's do the wall test. Beep! He's dead. And yes, the wall test is a legitimate thing, and not something I just made up. Utopia says, it feels like it's been longer than 3 hours. I'm going to take that as a compliment, rather than a, wow, Will's still going? When is this going to end? Oh. Oh yeah, and people weren't joking. There's a ton of lore in this game. This game's DLC. Oh god. Take another banter break. So Exo, I see what you're saying in terms of Resident Evil going through. Now, get me talking on Resident Evil and I will natter your ears off because I've been besotted with that whole series. Capcom has managed to articulate and evolve that series. Not always in the manner in which its fan base wanted, but they've always tried new things, and I really do respect that. Resident Evil 6 was a mess, but its attempt to bring all the different divergent plot points together was a really good idea. Because, you know, with Wesker being exploded in a fecking volcano, off-site facilities, varying viruses across the world, you know, different iconic characters from varying series. 6 was an attempt to bring that all together, and I really do respect that. They just went too hard into a cinematic style of storytelling that didn't bring it together. And that's okay. Now, when it's a big company like that, that was an expensive project. I don't think 6 flopped. Like, it wasn't like a huge financial loss, but it wasn't well received. And then, okay, I still want to applaud whoever it was that approved Resident Evil 7 at Capcom. Because think of it like this. What is the Resident Evil series known for? Alright, well, it's known for zombies. Cool. It's known for its cast and its kind of cheesy, like, emulation of early Romero zombie stylings. Let's see. You've got the survivally elements, you know, count your bullets, count your items. You've got a obtuse, like, post Alone in the Dark style puzzle. Yeah, Exo's taking puzzles. And then to go from that to 7, which is like, right, you're a brand new character no one's ever heard of, in a tight, focused, small situation that, until things start to really unfurl, has almost nothing to do with the rest of the Resident Evil world. Like, at all. And it's first person only. It's like, you'd have to go into a business meeting and be like, well, I want to make a Resident Evil game that has fucking nothing that looks like Resident Evil in it at all. Stammering says sometimes change can be one of the best things that happens to a series. Yes. The problem is with video games is we have to, if at least in AAA, you've got to bet the farm. And as we've seen, one sour entry into an existing franchise can stack it for everybody. God darn it, why is hydration such a hassle? Alright, I'm going to read you History of the Oldest House, and then I need to have another pee break, because apparently chugging this much water and like 3 coffees is not a good idea. What am I like? Well, so EXO, I don't want to comment on 8 just yet, because Capcom are very good at obfuscating large swaths of their games with their pre-marketing materials, which is good. Like, they are often able to deliver a marketing campaign that doesn't reveal the crux of it. Like, it's called The Village, and we've seen little snippets of, like, there might be werewolves, there's definitely vampire ladies, there's a lot of a vampire lady. But there may be a lot more to it, and we've not been shown that, and I really appreciate that. Because I'm one of those people that with a Resident Evil game now, I can basically reverse engineer the plot from very, very small amounts of details. Anyway, sorry. History of the Oldest House. Here we go. Plot time. The Oldest House has revealed much to me in my months in the Foundation, but many questions remain. Primarily, the tree etchings bewilder me. What is their significance? If the house has changed shape over its lifetime, as I've theorized, then the tree, is that its first form? Question mark. I sent a team to the Schwartzman building in search of pre-settlement accounts of the Manhattan Island, and from those I discovered a single relevant line. And there I found a tree not known to me, the devil twisted within its bark. Now, that line, taken with the fact that certain American cultures believe that some trees would offer wisdom and guidance, is indeed interesting. However, it's hardly firm evidence, and though I am now bound to the Oldest House, I remain a man of science. Of course, there are numerous ancient beliefs regarding trees. Yggdrasil, Tree of Knowledge, Yax Imix Che. Some cultures offered blood sacrifices to trees, while others claimed trees endowed chosen individuals with inhuman powers. Do New York City's many murders serve as a sacrifice to the old house? Does the house have a chosen champion? Is it me? And this is Theodore Ash, who was one of the earliest directors. Although we do start to see Northmore being all up himself. Alright. I'm going to take a quick pee break. I'm so sorry for these multiple stops. The stupid being healthy and hoofing coffee at the same time. And then we can keep talking about Resi Evil. We can keep exploring this. Because, friends, you don't need to encourage me to talk about Resident Evil. God. First time I played a Resident Evil game, oh boy. I'll tell you that when I get back. Hello, hello. Thank you for waiting. Sorry about this. And yes, you can tick off your will apologising for being human on your bingo cards. Right. Let us continue. But yeah, I was agreeing with Stammering Gamer about like change for keeping seasons fresh. It's just when you're a AAA studio, each game costs so much money to make that it can get real scary. Huh. There's an eye washing station here that does need work. Guess it was supposed to help with rust or what have you. Oh, here we go. More lore. Okay. Pyramidic? Okay, pyramidic geometry. On the pyramid and geometry. I've been going through my library, researching pyramids and triangles, and if the shape does relate as to the board, as Northmore says, then perhaps our predecessors in the occult can offer some insight. Ah, those peoples! Utopia says, watch out for anything that resembles keycards and can be picked up to reveal some secrets. Okay. In esotericism, esotericism, the triangle closely associated with the Holy Trinity and other three-part concepts. Alright. Okay, I always get grumpy when the Holy Trinity is mentioned in the occult, despite the fact that the Holy Trinity itself was just kind of a let's agree to disagree theological decision, as opposed to based on any like Judeo-Christian law. Judeo-Christian mythology. It was just three different groups being like, instead of killing each other, they just went, what if we all write? And by my understanding, those three were different, with three different interpretations of the same thing. But that's another story. Anyway, three-part concepts: past, present, future, mind, body, spirit. Interestingly, the term board also implies multiple parts. The upright triangles in Judeo-Christian imagery indicates the ascent into rational/divine realm. Inverted, it signifies the descent into the corporeal human. Naturally, the ascension is the masculine and the fall is the feminine. Adam and Eve. All right. That's a bit old-worldy patriarchy. Like, it's 1964 now, and we're well past all that silliness. Considering the above, what does the inverted triangle tell us about the board? Clearly, they're not corporeal or human. Perhaps they wish to be or once were. The likeliest answer is simply that theological imagery cannot help us identify alien entities. But still, the pyramid seems significant. Shapes have power, and clearly so does the board. Ooh. So multimedia. Wait, what was Log Foundation?
It's been 5 days since we first entered the building.
It's been 5 days.
No.
What? I didn't say it. The guy on the tape said it. Okay. Oh, here we go. This was the board on rituals. Locks/keys keep socket/us here. Trapped, hook, hidden, fed. They are old, young, extra life. With the director's help. Situation information is subject to change. Cool. I guess. Of course, if the board were to just answer anything directly, that's the point where we know that something's wrong. So, go figure. Oh, here we go.
Is this a Bureau ID badge? It looks so old. Hope will definitely want to see this.
Okay. Now, is that something we should take up to Pope now? Oh, health recovery. No admittance. Employees only. No, nothing? Okay. We'll have to go round. It doesn't say anything about bringing the stuff to Jesse immediately. Oh, damage while aiming increase. I'll take that. Even just by a teeny tiny percentage. As Utopia Heart says, it'll unlock a mission to find more keycards. You can take it to her now. At the crossroads and get a mission for more keycards. Wait, is she at the crossroads now? Also, we can get the chuck many big things. Multi-launch. Lovely. So fast travel. So warehouse is where we are. There's something else further down the Foundation that we can go to. Or do we take it to Pope-Up-It? Take it to her now at Crossroads to get the mission to find more keycards. Doesn't seem to be anything propped from there, but that's not a terrible thing. Okay. We'll head up to Central Executive, give Pope the keycard, and if we can then collect them up, we might get some more, a little more information on the foundation of the Bureau itself. But like, shocking that a DLC called Foundation is not only the foundation of the oldest house, but about the foundation of the Bureau. It's never simple. Hey up, Paul.
Sorry, ma'am. I took them. Darling asked for...
Hi, Jesse.
Okay.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
God.
Not even as a...
Okay, complete the ritual at Workhouse and reach the base camp is currently our missions in the nail.
Hey, I found a file on the old director, Northmore. Didn't list any dated death. You know anything about that?
Could be an error. The record staff process a lot of data.
He's asking about Northmore being like, hey, Northmore's not dead. And I'm over there just like, I mean, in some ways, he's still with us. In case you missed it in one of the earlier ones, Northmore is currently the thing that powers the Bureau. His obsession with the acquisition of power eventually consumed him, and they had to lock him up in like a power siphoning sarcophagus. And the power he generates is currently being used to power the entire Bureau. Oh, we're going to throw so many Pokemon with that move.
In about 94 hours this pay period and will probably hit 102 tomorrow.
Feckin' yo! Well, Numbers, thank you for $5 worth of bits, you feckin' legend. I guess with everyone kind of like scrambling for like tax extension stuff, like that's got to be a lot of work for yourself, and hopefully you get some time off after, yo.
Weird place to leave an ID card, but okay.
So, I mean, go you. There's another one.
Another ID card. For a cartographer.
Oh, and an exit there. Okay, so that's where we'll head to next after we've messed with this. Oh, see, Utopia Heart, great minds. Oh, audio time.
28 days now spent inside what we're calling the oldest house. Northmore insists on the name. I'm too tired to ask why. I'm not sleeping well. Per orders, me and my research team have established a permanent examination lab in the Foundation. I basically live down here now, like the obedient head of research Father raised me to be. I spend my days investigating that odd pillar where Northmore found the handgun. The work was half-hearted at first, I admit. But then I discovered numerous non-Aristotelian energy channels converging at its base.
As you do.
Ley lines, dragon roads, Hylogalinian, call them what you want. But this pillar is the crossroads. I started building something. Equal parts talisman and technology. An array that can impose order on the ley junctions. That's the idea, at least. We'll see when I'm done.
Oh, and he would go on to make it
work away from the pillar. I'm not the only one who feels like that thing has eyes.
Sorry, Ark of the Conclave's like, wait. They're powering the FBC by making the former director spin in his grave attached to a turbine. If it gets it done. No, he was so obsessed with power and the acquisition of that he ends up doing nothing but... Right. Warehouse entrance. Wait, where? God darn it. Oh, and Stammering Game is heading off. Stammering, have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Go get some sleep. See you on the morrow. Harvest of Char! Alright. Systems are on. More things to read. Oh, and now we can find out what the power cores are about.
Oh, Numbers is saying they're not working for like a month after tomorrow. Go you.
Get some R&R, dude, because you have feckin' earned it. Oh, we get you for the entire stream on Saturday. Lovely. Oh, Numbers, in case you didn't see the schedule, on Saturday we're going to do like the start of No Grey in November. So we're just going to hang out and do like group builds. Everybody's got, well, if you've got anything that resembles like minis or crafting kits or model kits or what have you, we're all doing it together. Oh, you know we're making Gundams? Okay, cool. I didn't know if I'd let you know. Oh,
Loki.
Good afternoon, what ho friend? How goes it? Okay, so on the invention of the power core. After numerous attempts, I finally found a way to intercept and contain the ambient energy of ley lines in a kind of non-Astro-Tellurian battery. Blah! This game makes me do feckin' vocal backflips. I've dubbed the power core. I'll admit it was difficult capturing energy I can barely measure, much less interact with. Luckily, it seems that the porous stone in the Foundation's caverns possesses such conductive qualities. Using stone flakes and copper wire, my power cores collect significant power. My early prototypes collected too much. In fact, I've since reinforced the container. We don't yet know the repercussions of tapping into this power field. As a precaution, these devices should not be taken outside of the house. Ideally, the Bureau should no longer need to rely on typical energy sources. It's my greatest feat of engineering yet. I've always had an interest in invention. I like the creativity it allowed, set within the firm boundaries of logic and physics. Father never approved calling it a mundane science. With that in mind, I dedicate this invention to Theodore Ashe Sr. May he scowl in peace. What was the multimedia?
28 days.
Oh, yeah. That was Ash's log. Loki finally got to their computer. Good. Or at least I hope good. Tunnel access. Wunderbar. This seems bad. This even sounds bad. Loki's currently picking up the free games on Epic. I forget what the ones currently are. Oh, God. Okay, I understand that we didn't get to the base of this pillar where there is... Okay. No. Eo, Watto? Oh, we're having a glorious time. It's taken me a little while to get up to my usual conversational self today. I think just general lack of sleep rather than any underlying seriousness. But we're eyeballs deep into the Foundation, and it's thoroughly fascinating, you know? So yeah, that's our current day. Okay, so Loki's saying currently Pillars of the Earth, Derponia, The Complete Journey. Oh, wow. Derponia is a lot of game. It's... Oh, hang on. I need to do a few murders. Hold that thought. Next week's going to be Alien Isolation if you don't have that already. Oh, the first tree? Oh, that's a lovely game. Thank you! Sometimes... sometimes you've just got to spike a guy, you know? Oh, being a director should be this much fun. And yet. And yet. Any more for any more? No? Darn it! I'm just starting to have fun ejecting those people into the outer reaches. Utopia Heart, I haven't played Bugsnax yet. It haunts me. It is mildly horrifying. Only mildly horrifying. But, I don't know, there's kind of like a Cronenberg level horror to it, which I'm not ready for. What are you? Apart from thoroughly disgusting. Ugh. I don't like wet rocks. I'm not a fan. Wet, spongy rocks. Can we just say no? But yeah, so Loki, and I guess, as I was saying earlier on, friends, do keep an eye on the Epic Store for next week, because Alien Isolation for no money. If you have not played it yet.
Damn gun. Fate. Not sure she's ready.
I'm here, aren't I? I saved the Bureau once, and I'll do it again.
And now we've got... Oh, any better snipey snipes? No. Ooh, infinite. That's better than rare. Zoom, blast radius. I'll start clearing out some of the banality of these ones. Get us some space for later. Of course, now the question will be, can I get super cool snipey snipe mods? What's this? Health recovery on launch hits. No, thank you. Energy gain from taking melee damage. I'm good. Energy recovered on taking no. 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 Okay. Oh, another hotline. Oh, Orzine, Watto! Just waking up from nap. Second shot did me a queasiness with some foggy brain and dizziness. I see you at the warehouse. Yes, we are. And now we're getting some extra calls.
I've served under 2 directors. 3 now, I suppose. Trench and I worked our way up together.
Okay.
We made it through the tough cases, the bad days, the casualties. He was the epitome of a good agent. Smart, decisive, selfless. And he picked up that damn gun. Becoming director is a formal process overseen by the board. Lots of ritual and mystery.
Okay.
After that, key staff provide detailed briefs on all classified matters, past and present. But with Faden, well, there's no protocol for field promotion. The girl's smart, has a good head on her shoulders. I'm trusting her to handle the hiss upstairs, while I hold them off here. All this shit with the nail, the board, I'm not sure she's ready. Besides, I work better alone.
Bacon says, I was reading about named mods. Don't recycle those. They are unique. Would those be like... well, that one is infinite. Pierce Zoom Boost. I'll keep an eye out for him. Oh, Loki says next Friday is going to give me a heart attack. Alien Isolation. It's a longer game than you think, and it's not just... It isn't... it's more than just, like, relentless jumps. If that makes a weird kind of sense. Oh, wrong button. Sorry. Oh, I need you to do your thing. That one way too long. There we go. Piece of cake. Cup of tea. Yeah, J-Post, you'll kill me with the game and scary bit alerts. The Neapolitan of Nope is still one of my favourite clips to date. Interesting. This is a control point, and yet it's made up by stacked rocks and marked sand. And I just broke those things, which were probably thousands of years old. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, hiss. Wait, hang on a second. Those things... Okay. Those things are the things from the astral plane. Those aren't piss. Interesting. That is fascinating. We're seeing enemies from the astral plane now. Get everybody? Okay, something weird is afoot. Okay, so AO is saying control points were discovered by Darling, right? So those are probably pretty recent. Well, actually, AO, according to the Foundation, the initial research for the control points was begun by Ash, who was the son of Director Ash. Director Theodore. And yeah, Brian, you're right. You're not wrong. This whole game is weird. Something weird's afoot. You make an excellent point. It's one of those. but still. Slowly moving my mods into the cool stuff. Sorry about me doing my faffermancy. So AO says, okay, so during the very first exploration then. Well, it seems to be, it was maybe about like a month or so after. It seems like they found the oldest house through the Foundation. Or they used the Foundation as their base to explore the oldest house. We're still kind of learning there. Danger, danger! That's what we're going through at the moment. Ozine says, I mean, if there's a possibility that time itself is meaningless here, then some of the research speculations is true. Indeed, it could be that while Darling was the one that implemented it, it was found. Yeah. Aol says, okay, that was my understanding too, that the Foundation was how they first got into the house, but wasn't nearly as thorough. Well, thorough is a strong word. I didn't expect that it was the overall narrative that was going to suck us in as much as it has. And now that we're here, I feel like the lore is our big driving force. I don't want to take any credit for it. And Brian says, it only occurred to me long after. The sand here looks like the sand from around where they turned the projector on. It does have that visual cadence to it. Although, according to the files we found, it's more like an iron rust. It's more like an iron rust than like a traditional sand. Oh, that seems safe. Well, in true directorial fashion, in we go! Destroying his nose will get rid of the barrier. Excuse me. Excuse me, I'm gonna need that elevator real soon. So I'm aware of this. The question is not the if, but the how. Curious. Sorry. Oh yes. Utopia Heart, thank you for pointing that out. I missed the painting of the breakable wall. Loki says, okay, so I've missed this. So I want to explain what is the hiss? Oh, wow. So, Loki, I'll keep faffing about with this, but I genuinely recommend playing this. Narratively, this is batting for far bigger chops than we initially anticipated. Just right now, I've got to work out how to get to that. Sorry. I was getting into ponder mode as to how in the ruddy hell I'm going to solve this one. Perhaps this is as high as we can go with this. Yeah, I understand that, but apparently my gun doesn't go through fine chicken wire. Sorry, Loki, I'm being a terrible host here. I hope you're having a lovely day. Okay, so Control initially was a game we came to because I was like, oh hey, the architecture of this game is real cool, and they use a bunch of weird stuff in terms of how they tell the story. But this title has ended up being feckin' grand. And the way in which this story unfurls, the tales we found in the oldest house and everything that takes part in it, like, feckin' yo. Explosions are always viable. Hadouken! Thank you. I always like it when the solution is more explosions. Sorry. So, Loki, to give you the quick pitch, we, as Jesse Faden, came to the Federal Bureau of Control in a building called the Oldest House, looking for our brother Dylan, who has been missing since we were kids. And everything that has taken place since then all takes place within this one building, this hidden space in the heart of New York. This building that, by the very nature of its existence, obscures itself from people who don't know it exists. The only way you can even see the oldest house is if you know to look for it. Otherwise, your eyes just drift from it. It has this field of obfuscation around it that's impressive. Alright, upper warehouse. Yeah, Loki, Hadouken worked. Now again, this is from the same people that made... Oh god. I was probably supposed to shoot those, wasn't I? Am I supposed to shoot those? Anyway. Oh, welcome to the warehouse space. And that's important. Okay. Sorry, so we initially came to this game with the idea that we would look at just the architecture and environmental storytelling, and it ended up gripping us to the extent which
Another etching, like the one I used to get in here.
We ended up just diving into this whole game, this whole world head on first. Sup, nerds? Hadouken! Next! Sir. It's... Okay, now it's time for Pokemon 2v2 battles. Here we go. I choose you! Pokemon! I'm never gonna get tired of that. Sir, I need a corpse. Question, did we just win? Anyway, sorry, Loki, I'm giving you the worst half-assed description of this game. This game's very good like. No, this is Remedy's take on the SCP format, and it is top tier. Like, it's more than just a Hadouken! an emulation of the SCP style. It's something else. It's a fresh take on a formula that we're now very aware of in nerd culture. Does that make a weird sense? It also it contains callbacks to Remedy's previous games. I don't know if Quantum Break is mentioned in this game, but Alan Wake certainly is. Brian's like, all right, it's like if David Lynch got to direct an episode of The X-Files, and your lead character's a Jedi. All right, let's try that again without the interruptions. Locks, Ancient Reasons, Abalone. Oh, look who's back!
Is this the lock/key the board told me about?
Hey, we know that sphere. That was the broken sphere that squished the dog. Alright, hold that thought. I think things are about to get weirder. Last time we encountered the former was in the few times I've been murdered, multiple. Ah, okay. Do you want to fix a snow globe? Well done /seasoned. Only 3 keys /tethers remain. Our nail is rebuilding. Yeah. Wait, do we get paid by the board? I feel like we should.
First one down. Director Faden's got this covered.
Yeah, you do. Though there is a certain part of me that thinks that it doesn't really matter if any of the directors have, like, real good pay packets or what have you, because none of them will ever live long enough to spend them. Or at least the new ones. Like, as soon as Trench picked up the gun, like, his fate was sealed. Loki's like, no, you get paid only in self-accomplishment. I mean, we definitely get paid by the oldest house, but no one's gonna... Oh, Wolfrad says we can jump down the big hole. Are you sure? Okay. But the thing was, like, both Northmore basically got consumed by his obsession for power. Alright, let's see where this party goes. Northmore got consumed by his greed for power. And Trench was always a man on the edge, right? Like, he lived the job after he lost everything. And he was the perfect infection vector for the Hiss. Utopia Heart says, I want to bring up, how long is the interval between each director in office? Timescale we talking? Okay, so this was, so Northmore was in charge during the 60s. So 60s probably till, like, it seems like, you know, the 80s, 90s. And then Trent was in for at least, like, 10, 20 years. No! No! I said no! No! Stop it! I'm so sorry, friends. This happens a lot. Yeah, so it was... Oh, you did not just. Now you work for me. Baron Sheepwater, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so Northmore, then Trench, and now Jesse. And Northmore was in charge for a while before all of this happened. But it does feel like the job ate him alive. Like, even before things got bad, like, the paranoia and the other elements that kind of, that drove him a little Doolally Tap, were pressing down on him even before the Hiss invasion. And oh, Brian's saying, is Northmore the one in the power plant? Yup. He's a great big thermonuclear generator. He became so obsessed with power and its acquisition, like objects of power, like power over others, etc., that it consumed him, and now he is power incarnate. So they pop him in the generator and have him heat the place up, you know? Oh yes, and as Lost Flower is saying, so the Ash that we're listening to is Ash Jr. And Ash was the director before Northmore, so like director in the 50s, 60s, as the swap over happened. It seemed like Ash Sr. passed away, which is why Northmore got promoted. But Northmore was the first director to acquire the service arm. You keeping up with me? Because I'm not keeping up with me. I mean, Baron, you would love this game. It also, okay, you would love this game, or if you haven't already had a chance to play it, for a myriad of reasons. But one of the best things is one of the most powerful entities in this is the Custodian. Because that's the person who has all the keys. The director might be the director in title, but Ahti has the power. Oh, we keep picking up mods that are... God, my kingdom for like an auto recycle, you know? Okay, so... Reach base camp. So we've done the ritual in the warehouse. Oh, crud vapors! Oh, cool, we'll just float on down. Woo! That could have gone really badly. Yeah, and Ahti could very well be an old god. Yeah, Bacon Adventure's right. Never piss off the staff. The Custodian is always the one with the power. They know where all the keys are. And Orzine says, it actually brings up an interesting point. What are the old gods to a place like this? Oh, God. It's one of those situations where we have context but not explanation. Like, I can tell you the impact that Ahti has on this world, but I couldn't tell you how he does it. Do you know what I mean? He is grounded and at the same time trans-dimensional. This house cannot... Him and the house have an understanding, almost like two gods to another. But the extent of Ahti's abilities, we don't know. He can travel between dimensions of his own will, but still feels the need to place down control points in the oldest house to allow for staff to move around. Or maybe he just did it for us to allow us to move around. That we don't know. I mean, the dude had a sauna holiday. There's an invasion of a multi-dimensional threat coming in, and he's like, yep, but I booked my holiday. Oh yeah, and Wolfrad, I love those earlier comments of like junior agents being like, I just spent 2 hours navigating the ashtray maze, and how is the janitor here already? How did he even get through the maze? Those agents are dead now. Okay. So I probably, hang on, sorry. I probably want to head back to the crossroads. Maybe? Oh, no, there was a path behind here, which I hadn't explored yet. Alright, sorry. Bacon Avenger, all the notes saying, don't ask about him, it's classified. / send people asking about him to me. Oh, yes. If anyone asks about Ahti's work, they are told, don't. And if they need any questions answered, come ask. It was like one of the earlier directors, right? Well, so Brian makes an interesting point. So Brian's saying that they're still of the opinion that he was manifested by people exploring in the first time and joking about, because the oldest house is so clean, there must be a janitor of a place like this, and that perhaps he was brought into being. I think it's somewhere in between. Like, the form of Ati the janitor and some of his personality traits was inferred on him, in the same way that, like, altered objects or objects of power have their power inferred to them. Sir. However, I think that the entity which became Ati, or Ati, was something before that. Also. Sir. Alright, and now you work for me. I like how he felt the need to just take one last jab at me by throwing a rock. Eel was saying, someone mentioned, especially in the last stream, that he's got kind of like a Tom Bombadil thing going on. Quite possibly? But he doesn't seem to... Can I sneak through here? Huh, apparently not. Alright, well, so long shortcut. Sorry, Eel was referring to the Tom Bombadil idea. And I don't think that's an unfair assumption. But I always thought, like, Bombadil always had machinations to his plans. And Ati wants to assist, but I don't feel like Ati has an agenda in this. Like, he wants the Bureau to succeed, certainly, but he's also not going to lead them. Does that make a weird point? Like, he wasn't going to stop Northmore from consuming too much power, or Trent from becoming so lost and embittered. And are you serious? Children. Children, no. Snipers, no.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online.
Hey!
All systems nominal.
TSCTH, how you doing, friend?
Ignorance. That's 3 more than 25 to less than 30 and divisible by 2. Who would have thought it?
People who know how math good work like, of which I am not one. Okay, did you have to? That was very rude. Alright, I just let my employees handle this. But TSCTH, sincerely, thank you for 28 months. Now... You work for me now. Sorry, there's loads and loads of good points happening at once, and I want to get to them as quick as I can. Okay, there we go. So jumping back in, there was the Bombadil comment. Orzine was saying, considering the fact that it's implied that Polaris might have summoned Pope down here to research the nail. Orzine, you might be ahead of us on that one. So, now one thing we do know is that humans do have an impact on these things. It's not always clear why, but humans can affect these things. So, yeah, the concept that Ati, at least their appearance and personality elements as they are now, might have been imparted onto them rather than of a core. I don't think that's unfair to assume, you know? I know, Olzine, we're heading to the crossroads now. We just got stuck doing a bunch of nonsense. Ammo recovery on evade use. Interesting. I mean, I'm not really hurting for munitions, but I'll keep that one just in case. I went up top to just explore one of the areas. Okay, so fast travel. Crossroads. So TSCTH, how have you been doing? We are, geez, what, 5, 6? Is it 6 episodes into this particular game and having a grand time of it? Oh no, and Orzine, again, you have nothing to apologise for. We're all about the feckin' theories. And now we've come down here. Here's Pope. So we'll go have a chat to her and see how this is coming together. Also, you can definitely see we repaired some of the nail. Right.
Jesse, hey!
Hey up, Pope.
Emily, how did she get down here? What are you doing down here, Emily?
What do you mean? You called me down, remember?
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
No, that's right. You didn't. But then, I remember you needing me to come here. I mean, you even told me how to get in. Let's just chalk it up to synchronicity so we can get to work.
She takes everything in stride. The board called me down here to deal with the situation. The astral plane is
colliding with our world. I know. Isn't it fascinating? I never even considered that the astral plane could be a physical volume expanding beyond its dimensional container. The bleed is localized to this area, but its growth rate seems steady. Given time, it will consume the entire Bureau, and possibly beyond.
That's what I'm here to stop. The board told me to fix the nail over there by dismantling 4 locks in the astral plane. Funny, I think it's put itself back together a bit.
So that could be due to the law of inverse exchange.
Of course.
For every associated component you remove, this nail reconstructs. Or possibly some variation of anti-sympathy. Don't worry. I'll look into it.
Yes. I understood all the things you just said at me.
Infrastructure? It looks like there was a research team stationed down here at some point. Do you think Darling knew about this?
I'd put money on it. That reminds me. Have you seen Marshall? She contacted me over the hotline, but then I saw her walking around.
I haven't seen her. The hotline only connects to extraplanar entities. Or dead people. But Marshall's proved time and time again that she's a survivor.
That's exactly what I thought.
Anyway, I've been looking into the minerals growing down here. Have you noticed how they insist on maintaining a certain form? Maybe some sort of a state memory, or they consciously prefer a certain shape?
I think we're on a clock here, Emily. I need to stop the astral bleeding before it brings the oldest house down. See what you can find out from the nail in the meantime. And send out some rangers to look for Marshall.
None of those rangers come back.
She may be in trouble.
Will do, Jesse. If you see anything interesting, remember to take detailed notes.
I see interesting shit all the time. Also, I love about that she's like, huh, this thing happened because of weird. Let's just chalk it up to synchronicity. I'm like, fine. And we'll ask about the ID cards now as well.
Jesse, you're back. So did you find anything noteworthy? The original Bureau expedition down here left so much interesting stuff behind.
Like their ID cards. I picked up a weird one. It's pretty old.
Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, I found a few ID cards myself. Or, more accurately, the Rangers found them for me.
Are you starting a collection?
I'm going for the whole set. I kid, of course. But I suppose they are sort of like baseball cards, except for Bureau stuff from the 60s. Hey, the one you found is different than mine. It looks like it's a higher clearance level.
That means I win.
A rare one, then. Want to keep it, Emily?
Yeah, I absolutely do. But I think you should hang on to it for now. High clearance access might come in handy.
Sounds like you have something in mind.
Guilty. See, I've been going through Dr. Ash's notes, or the ones I can find, anyway. Like Darling, he seemed to enjoy hiding his most relevant research.
Of course.
From what I gather, there is another floor beneath the warehouse with a special lab that requires 5 high-level staff members just to access. Here, take this. It's an old skeleton key. Something else the Rangers found. I give them $5 for every useful trinket they bring me.
They'll never live to spend that.
I'm gonna assume this key is my ticket to that lower floor. And that super secret lab you mentioned.
Bingo bango, as Dr. Darling used to say. But keep your eyes peeled.
He's
for
on the
more
plane of
empty
existence
cards
now.
around the warehouse. If Ash's notes are reliable, and I'm sure they are, then 5 is the magic number.
Okay. So we only need 2 more cards. And we still need to talk to Dr. Poe. Graphite with define interesting. Hindle with theory. Pope only turns up after Jesse thinks about her, meaning Jesse's desire for Pope has to be around and literally drew Pope to her. Or maybe Hindle just ships Pope and Jesse. Hey, we're in an SCP facility. You can ship who and what you want. And I do love that quote. Sorry, Bacon Avenger with, alright, listen here, Three Eyes. Don't you try and outweird me. I get stranger things than you free with my breakfast cereal.
The Rangers have tapped into an old radio network they found around the Foundation.
Okay.
So if you need backup, just call them at one of the stations.
Okay, so now we get to ask some questions. And I believe we just need to find 2 more punch cards. So, Feck knows where those are. We found 3 around the warehouse area. We just need 2 more. Alright, Foundation questions. Go!
How did the Hiss get into the Foundation?
Same way we did, I imagine. But you need to remember that the Hiss are the embodiment of persistence. Their nature seems to be one of force, to find every possible vulnerability and exploit it. Their only goal is consumption.
I'm sure there's plenty of goodies for them down here.
Nom 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 nom
The
nom.
nail, for instance.
If the Hiss could corrupt the nail, I'm sure they would have by now. It must not interest them in its broken state. They could be distracted by the numerous unknown paranatural materials I'm sure are lying around. These are the roots of the oldest house. The Hiss will find plenty of ways to make trouble.
They're pretty good at that.
Oh, Brian reckons that most of the other cards are in the warehouse area. They're just sneaky. Alright, I'll go have another look once in just a second.
So you've never heard of the Foundation, huh?
I've never even seen the name referenced. Clearly it's highly classified, but for what reason? The problem with these kinds of closed-off hidden areas is that they were likely sealed for good reason. But now no one is left to tell us what that reason was.
Any guesses why the Bureau would hide something like this?
I only know what I've observed. This place is spatially rigid, which means it doesn't shift like the rest of the oldest house. And before you ask why that is, I have to admit that I'm clueless. There's some signal interfering with my equipment, making it hard to get a clear reading. It's being emitted from the floor. Maybe I should have brought a jackhammer.
The astral plane is already taking chunks out of this place, Emily. Let's not add to it.
And the Hiss.
So let me get this straight. The astral plane is bleeding into the Foundation.
Correct.
And that's happening because the nail is damaged.
I'd say it's a bit more than damaged, but yes, that is my understanding.
So what's the connection between the nail and the astral plane?
It's a good question. See, I always pictured objects of power as strings between our plane and the astral. If the nail has a similar relationship, then maybe it's more accurate to think of it like plumbing.
Sorry, there's me slurping in the background while Pope's trying to explain
busted,
stuff.
Sewage is gushing everywhere.
Not the prettiest metaphor.
Okie dokie.
I should get back out there.
Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself.
Once more into the breach, dear friends. I guess we could start spending money on Hadoukens, like fisty punch-ins, but I don't tend to be Punch Hardman as much in this particular adventure. But you're right, Ground Slam is a lot of fun. I just really like flying about. Okay, so back to the warehouse. So we've got 3 cards. We'll check the buildings, and then we'll start poking around the architecture. Yeah, Punch Hardman. That well-known Kojima character. Alright. Oh, guess where we didn't check? Oh, do you mind? I am busy! Just fight amongst yourselves. Children. Oh, we got a feckin' flyboy. Of course we do. Hold that door, friends! It's alright. I just hire him up. One Pokemon. Oh, aren't you clever? I didn't check in here, which was my idiocy. That is to say, I used the elevator, but I should have gone down. Because there's one more floor below us, which I have not gotten into. Ha! You got splat. Orzine said that they decided to run around this game without assist mode. There were many deaths. Well, initially we had assist mode turned on because all we were really looking to do was explore this world, you know? We weren't looking to engage with the combat or get into any of the Hadouken other stuff. And that just kind of happened. Okay, so there's another key reachable by some of the crystal platforms. Okay. And we can't get to the area behind. Alright, let's have a look. Now, I'm sure I would have checked all of these buildings because they are rife for goodies. Yeah, so we found one in here. We found one up the top in a platform, and we found the third one down there. So, let's see if we can find some crystalline platform, shall we? We got the one on there. Aha! Where's our next contestant? Through here? This seems promising. Aha! Check us out! Oh, Wolfrad's gonna call it a night. You know what? I'll name some hiss and murder them in your honor. How's that sound?
Another one of those ID cards. Security chief.
Ooh, very nice. And some goodies. And so we got one last one to find. Ooh, fancy C's accelerator. Don't mind if I do. C's accelerator. See, it's better, but our current C's accelerator is 69%, which is going to be very sad to lose. But look at the shiny purples. Look at them. Did I get increased enemy shatter armor goodies? No, I did not. Shenanigans. Utter shenanigans. Sorry. It was me drifting all over the place for a second. Well, what I will say, Orzine, is using assist mode does drastically change the style of this game, and I would honestly make a case for the better. And I know it's weird to say that a game with like three-dimensional third-person combat is better when you take away the losing of it, but we discussed it a lot in one of the previous chats about this, so unless anyone desperately wants to talk about this, like, I'm good. Okay, so here's the Meteor Hill summary. Right. As per activities, this document has been edited to meet the current administrative standards. Certain technology may be out of date. Alright, so, event summary. The paradimensional occurrence consisted of 3 sequential sinkholes introduced by subterranean implosions revealing foreign material of magmatic qualities. A local chapter of the Youth Science League, they're dead now, were participating in an archaeological dig on the hill when the event occurred. Many boys were injured as a resulting collapse. Some touched the magma directly. Bureau agents arrived at the scene several days after the incident. Samples of the lava-like material were taken. The area was quickly sealed off from the public at our recommendations. Our aim was to ensure all remains of the material were rendered inoffensive, but the magma descended too deeply into the earth to retrieve. Foul-smelling odors were detected in the area, which were hypothesized to be the dissipant elements vapor trail left on the scene. All acquired material was delivered to Washington for examination at the Bureau's on-site laboratories. Okay. That feels like something that we're going to hear about in great detail later. Alright, take me down to warehouse entrance, please. Wunderbar. Alright, so we got one more to find. Now, we've checked these... We checked the buildings thoroughly. I think I checked over there, but give it another look. Ryan's saying that there's a lower door into that tower. Oh, okay. We couldn't use this button before. I guess we had to talk to Pope first. And there's our 5th key card.
This ID card was for an excavation engineer. Why did so many people abandon their cards down here? From the layer of dust on this place, nobody swept here in years. Not even Ati. No way he'd stand for this. There's an elevator, which I'm sure is super safe, and a space in each terminal for an ID card. But which card goes where?
Okay, I think I get it. Each corresponding desk has certain materials on. So like this one's got the it's not the Bren gun, but that would be safe to consider that would be the security chief. This one, writing cabinet documentation. This one, picture of all the directors. Do we have like a personnel? Research cartographer, lead physicist. What about this one? Oh, here we go. Access denied! Dr. Ash. As Chief Excavation Officer, it's my job to support the research team. So I got your machine for that ridiculous sand research project. However, it's also my responsibility to ensure the safety of my crew. Do you know how many trips it took to get an entire bulldozer down here piece by piece? Do you know how many guys we lost in those trips? Here's a hint. Too fucking many! Which brings me to my point. I'm writing to you today because this request form just landed on my desk. Apparently, you want a, and I quote, lightweight 1 or 2 man military grade helicopter for the purpose of surveying the vast expanse of columns by air. I bet you didn't even stop to wonder how much time, money, or effort and blood this toy would cost us. Well, no, sir. I am sorry, but I will not subject my men to another month of marching through that death trap upstairs. For Christ's sake, these people have families. Not that they ever get to see them anymore. Request denied. Yours signed, Lewis McNary. P.S. Go heck yourself. Okay, so let's have a look at this one. Shovels, torches. This one seems to be a map of the area. Oh, cartographer. You all heard that weird... Okay. So that would make this chief engineer. And so this would be the lead physicist. which makes this head of research. In theory.
It worked. Now I just have to get on a rickety elevator that goes who knows how far down.
I solved puzzle by self. All right. Basement lab. There's no way this ends poorly. And yeah, Lost Flowers, you're right. I could have just worked out that.
Dust. Still, this lab's way tinier than any of Darling's.
Oh, don't. Don't make me wreck this place. Well, whatever we did something. And graphite. Okay, how can hubris catch me up if I'm too fast and cool? Alright, well, there's the button. Although I am slightly disturbed by the lack of, well, any research
Why
materials?
Would they need such a heavy door down here?
Oh, I'm about to get myself in trouble, aren't I? Process designer Gibbons. Ow! Gibbons bad! Right, where are you, Gibbons? I'm gonna put the Gib in Gibbons, you know what I'm saying? Papa Cha! Oh, darn it! Sir, that bullet was not meant for you. Where the... Gibbs, where'd you go? That one vending machine in particular! Where'd he bloody go? Hold that thought. Probably shouldn't trash this ancient facility as much as I am, but needs must and all that. Thank you, buddy! Alright, good news, bad news. Baddy's defeated. And so is everything else, apparently including the walls.
This looks like the nail.
Or
Only
like
mini.
Baby nail. Benail, if you will.
A document. Is this in some kind of code? I can't read a word of it. I should take this back to Emily and tell her I got into Ash's secret lab.
Yeah, this is kind of a bit sinister, but okay. Northmore, final warning. All right. Okay. To Ash Jr. from Director Northmore. As Director of the Federal Bureau of Control and chosen representative / liaison / benefactor of the greater authority of the board. Oh God, he even talks like the board. I demand your immediate withdrawal from the Foundation. Prior memos issued broadly to Foundation staff call for a swift reassignment of all personnel to the upper levels of the House. All staff complied except you. This demonstrates a lack of respect for my office and the board itself. Wow, Northmore was a slam chode. This is their house, and we are its guests. We should conduct ourselves accordingly. Normally, such insubordination would be grounds for dismissal, but out of respect for your late father, consider this instead my final warning. The board and Director Ash chose me as the successor to the office, and no amount of petulance will change that. Indeed, your actions seem to suggest that you know better than myself, and by extension, better than the board. God, he's an ass. Permit me to assure you that is not possible.
Because I know so much. My name's Director Northmore, and I'm a great big dirty head.
Well, we all know how his obsession with power went. Is there anything we can do with it? Like pop on top or just hang out? This is the point where I find out this is a horrific, super radioactive piece of material, and I now have like hours to live. Brian's like, I want that marble in my house. I'll have a talk with some agents, see if we can chip a bit off. Bring it up. I'm sure there's no way that ends badly. Warehouse entrance. Yeah. It's weird that I expected secret basement to be longer. Oh, okay. Dear the Hiss, just don't. Your friend, the current director, I'm just gonna wreck your face. Okay, fast travel to the crossroads. So we can talk to Jesse! And then we can start, what was it? We had to explore the base camp? I forget. Or it's the next part of the nail. God, I didn't expect there to be so much content to this, you know? I was actually kind of worried that we were going to blitz through the Foundation a little too quickly.
If it isn't my favorite director.
Because all the others are dead! Or worse!
I found Ash's secret lab. Excellent. Please tell me everything. Spare no details.
Trashed it, big block.
There was another cave. The walls were covered in paintings of eyeballs. The research seemed dedicated to studying a kind of smaller version of the nail. It looked like the same material as the one up here, but just a different shape.
Well, are you sure you didn't see any functioning prototypes? Or at least some schematics? Dr. Ash was a very accomplished engineer.
Smashed the shit out of that whole
None.
place.
Sorry. I did find this handwritten note.
Wow. Ash had terrible handwriting. Never meet your heroes, right? That looks like a transcribed conversation between Ash and someone named F. Ooh. Oh, this is juicy. This'll take me days to parse out. Maybe weeks.
Have you ever thought about taking a vacation, Emily?
Are you kidding? This is my vacation, Jesse.
You know what, Pope? Gotta hand it to you.
Don't be a stranger.
Spend it on some more Punch Hard. Yeah, also note F, a smaller version of the nail, a less powerful entity. I think I know what it was. In the sense that the board chose Northmore, that the... Oh, I keep getting it wrong. It's the forgery, the... So I think we got to return the way we came and start hitting some of the other spaces in the cave system. We can't get to the canyon just yet, but we can go round. Yeah, the former. I think that's where Ash started to go off the rails. And that's why he was so defiant of Northmore, is because he was working for, well, I don't want to say the bad, but the opposition, you know what I mean? Handsome, right? Oh yeah, we gotta head through the astral plane, don't we? Nerd, nerd. Now, is there anywhere we can springboard off of to get up to there? No, not yet. Oh, dear creatures of the astral plane. Oh, Peebles. I tried to do a lot of complicated stuff at once. It did not work. It did not. Ah! Down in one. Listen, Hammer Bros. I'm sure you're all a big feckin' deal where you're from. But I have. Pokemons! Oh, you're kidding me. They threw a bloody rock at me as I was heading down. Oh, okay, Utopia Heart, thanks for the hints. So it turns out that I'm leading us completely on a wild goose chase. That we actually need to use the, Do you fucking mind? Alright, I'm bringing you with us. Yeah, sorry, Utopia Heart's saying that I've been taking us on a bit of a wild goose chase. Hey, Pope! Hey, Pope, I brought a specimen! Where do you want it? Alright, I'll just leave it on the wall for you. Bam! Yeah. I should have seen it. Ooh. There's also a down. I guess we can try looking into that area. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's look at it now. God. You ever get that, like, just that intimidating sense of scale off of something? Like how otherworldly large this whole area is. God, just the ambient noise that you're not quite sure if it's music or just the hum of this whole place. There doesn't seem to be anything else down here, but still. God, I could spend hours down here. Hey, C222, what, ho friend? How are you doing? Apart from sending me mildly cursed memes. Dea says, sounds like 51% of movies. Do you mean a particular genre of film, or the flawed masterpiece of Lionhead Studios, the movies? Oh, C222 said done with work for the day? Lovely. Yeah, I gotta say that business card shot was definitely a blast from the past, but you know, I think I'm finally getting past the point where I'm just angry about it, you know? It's a part of my life that happened, and now I get to hang out with everybody here. Yeah. And I don't know, C222, I don't know if you saw the trailer with me and Fiona in was doing the rounds the last couple days, which is feckin' rad. Deus says, if you've ever watched a horror movie with no audio, you understand that sound is just as if more important than images themselves. Yes. Although, one thing that I thought was really interesting, if you're talking about horror and sound, is how the quiet... is it The Quiet Place? A Quiet Place works really well. And yet, the Netflix one about the deaf lass does not work at all. Oh, great. Oh, now I'm covered in all the bad stuff. Oh, cool, I can actually summon up like a shield. You work for me now! You also work for me now! Everyone works for me now! Except for that one guy. Yeah, no, sorry. Deus, I don't actually have like an answer to that specifically, but the whole why it is that some projects that attempt to do the some projects that attempt to do kind of like the threat in the silence, and others are unable to make it work, I find mildly fascinating. Clang's like, wait, why is this bottomless pit growing? Be like Pope, just let it wash over you. It's glowing because it is. Huh? At ease. Ah! I made myself laugh, sorry. Base camp, this to base camp. So C222 was saying there's always something about the Foundation that reminds me of the underground base of the Blackout Club. It might be the off-putting ambience. I know what you mean. Like, there's something about it that's so... Oh, what's the term? Like, I'll say unforgiving, but that's so... This place does not want you here. And I find that kind of fascinating. And as much as I don't like Northmore, like his whole thing about we don't own the oldest house, we're merely guests. I thought, sir. Wet. Feckin' wet. There's an air that we're not meant to be here. And like a polite request that we please leave. I want that guy working for me. We call this an aggressive hiring campaign. Sorry, buddy. Nothing personal. It's just I'm gonna need you to work for me now. Also, I hit harder than you do. What? I want to hire him! Oh, honey. Thank you. Now you work for me. Handle that. You're my new turret. Welcome. Come, turret, I have need of you. Oh, that is a glowing pit into the abyss. Listen to him up there, just handling it. That's what I like. Employees that are self-motivated with a can-do attitude. Like, he can do as much damage as he wants. So why does this feel like it's an entrance, and yet... is this perhaps the... Oh, this is the other route we probably would have taken if we weren't fly style. Big gun go brr. Oh. You work for me now as well. What? It's like every tech company, we've got to be on an aggressive hiring spree to show our natural growth. But yeah, so C222, I know what you mean. Like, this area feels hostile.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
I really don't mind what happens now and then, as long as you'll be my crew at the end. If I go crazy, then can I still call you Viking Blonde? If I'm alive and well, will you be there and tossing the puns? Friendos. 13 and thrilled I found you.
Fallen, fucking thank you. Like, I still don't know how you all managed to write those up. I am genuinely impressed. And thank you for 30 months of hanging around here. Aside from that, Fallen Mystic, how are you doing, y'all?
Looks newer. Is it from the upper floors?
Looks a little displaced. Oh. Oh, wrong button. Sorry! Where were we? Oh yes, so Fallen, how are you doing, friend? We're playing through Control. We're about, I guess, like halfway through the Foundation, and just delving deep into the oldest house, how it was found, how it was formed. God, I seem to have a little bit of the sleepies around me, which has been hampering my usual bantermancy. But feck me if this game is basically carrying me through this. You know what I mean? And yeah, this does look like more recent Bureau. Complete the ritual at the collapsed department. Let's do this. Fallen's like, I've been on a vast search of my sanity. One day, I'll discover it. So God, what's been going on with us?
Behind that hiss barrier.
I mean, the big thing that's been going on with us of late has been we did a playthrough of, well, I think almost all, if not most, of Everhood, which has ended up being a huge, huge part of us. Like, sorry, we finished Everhood yesterday, and I'm still thinking about that ending. Like, it is truly something special. What else has been going down? Oh yeah, Fiona and I were in a trailer for Operation Tango, and we spent the morning reading out gloriously terrible YouTube comments about us, which was very funny. Data entry and filing? Alright, color me confused. Dukin! So yeah. God, I'm trying to think what's been going down with us. My Gundam addiction continues unabated. Actually, this was something I meant to mention to your lovely selves. So I got an email. When was it? Yesterday or Monday? This weekend was a bit of a blur. I do need to admit to your lovely selves that I drunkenly purchased some Gandams. I did this, God, I want to say last year? Clank says, only one email? Well, it was from a person in Japan, and they specialize in buying stuff from the Gundam store, like the big one with the giant robot outside in Tokyo. And I bought some limited only Gundams from there, because apparently that's the kind of idiot I am. And I must have done it ages back, because it was only when I got the message of your stuff has been shipped, I was like, oh, that's a thing I did. Now, obviously, this means I'm self-sabotaging a little bit of No Grey November, but I think I'm still going to make it. Like, I got this chunky boy done last night. Keith is like, you should slim down on the drink. Oh, no, I know. We're currently on a 2-week hiatus. And yeah, we've been holding it 666 all day. Yeah, and Bacon Avenger, I can't blame you lot for that. Like, I still think I got a chance. Like, many months left and many kits. I think I can do this. It's just, it's gonna take some time. Oh, also, lore. Oh, shift account, part 1. Okay, to whoever finds this, I am the containment process designer, Jean Gibbs. I'm writing this document. I'm writing this to document the largest building shift to ever occur. Here are the facts. A considerably large section of the containment sector, including processes and protocols office, our research facilities, and a fair chunk of the firebreak has been yanked down into the chasm that reaches far below the lobby level, I think. It was a violent shift, and I regret to report several casualties. Injuries were sustained by all, but to many of us, including myself, are still mobile. We set up a base camp and have started triaging. There are little supplies. We explored our surroundings and found caverns of all things. Maybe we're in some kind of cave? Threshold, like the quarry. Whoever we are, we're not the first. There were some rusty power cords, old light signs, and infrastructure. What was this area used for? Why did they seal it off? Why have we never heard of it? And more importantly, how are we going to get out? But yeah, like, friends, you know I am very sensible with all of the Longship funds, and this was a non-sensible purchase, so I do apologise. But it's like, I want you all to know what's happening with the stuff that you all throw in, you know? Okay. Anyway, so what has been going on with your good selves? C222, how you been? I don't know if I missed a message from... Oh, and Fearless. Watto, good afternoon. Fearless, that sounds feckin' glorious. Those kind of days, especially in game dev, are real nice. And we found this awesome outfit in the mirror space between. Oh, sorry. Law! No, I don't want the... Okay, here we go. Give you summary. A series of reverberating sounds observed in downtown... Is that Kiev? With no point of origin. This event was witnessed by the city's general public. Mental and physical symptoms were reported, including aphasia, sleep paralysis, and excessive whah in the reported individuals. Due to the brief nature of the event, Overseas Bureau agents were not able to respond while it was active. Immediately upon arrival, agents collected audio recordings taken by local witnesses. All Bureau monitoring stations located at global junctions of acoustic amplification were directed to monitor any auditory events of similar pitch, wavelength, and duration in an effort to trace echoes. God, I can't spell tonight. I can't even read. Lyrius Dragon, what, oh friend? To trace echoes of epicenters. In the following weeks, similar cases were reported from both various amateur sources and Bureau stations in major cities across the globe. The subsequent events diminished in volume and frequency per each occurrence. It is believed to be generated by plenty of friction, though this is not confirmed. Buddy! Okie dokie lokers. No, that's where we came in, sorry. And... what the heck is this? Oh, hang on. I don't want to do that. We're at... complete the ritual in the collapse department. Here we go. Alright, well, let's see what this does.
I need a ranger sent to this location stat.
We're in this together.
Oh, cool. Sup, buddy? I am confident that you won't end up murdered. Oh, you are not coming at this, okay? Hadouken! Telegram for you, sir! No, I couldn't think of a water cooler pun quick enough. Pokemons! You work for me now. Okay, I didn't know I was calling that guy to his death, alright? It's alright, we'll get some reinforcements. Look, he's doing fine! Look at the little scamp. It's probably actually better if I steal the Flyboys. Kids want to do your jobs now, or am I gonna actually think about paying you for a change? That's a twofer. Pokemons! Sorry, hold that thought. Okay, any more for any more? Apparently, yes. No! Table! And you work for me now. Look, see, he's not dead! Although I've got to clear out a whole bunch of useless mods. Ugh. Ooh. Yeah, I'll take headshot damage. Feckin' weed. I think we can clear out all of the boring forwards. Get all the goodies that come with. Woohoo! I mean, okay, you're not wrong in the sense of, you know, summoning that ranger in the same manner that I did Poe. The difference... Hang on. Sorry. It seems that someone has taken umbrage. That guy works for me, so... Alright, so who's... Wow. Alright, we good? Has everyone been employed that needs to be employed? I will say, sorry, from the previous note, it's one of the things that I find most terrifying about the Oldest House, is the idea that you could just be doing your job Ooh! Smashy smashy! Hadouken! I said Hadouken! You might want to stand back, buddy. That you could be doing your job just as normal, and a violent house shift could result in you just getting trapped and starving to death. Like, that's it. You just get trapped, in a room with no food and water for a month until you're gone. Like, that's fucked up. And it's not that the house doesn't necessarily like you, or that it's actively trying to murder you, but by virtue of its jobs and the weakness of the human body, like, you dead. Like, you super dead. Oh, there's another one. Papa Char. Papa Char! How do you keep following me? I'm flying! Man, that ranger needs a... If that ranger survives more than about 10 minutes, they need a promotion. Like, they deserve one. My name's Jesse Faden. I'm director now, and I make my own doors. Oh, wow, it's been a long time since we heard the hiss.
Someone call a plumber.
Okay, can we just talk about the fact that this one toilet is now in the astral plane? With astral classified. Ooh, computer program. Sorry, here was me getting distracted by battles and fights and whatnot. Okay. So aside from that terrible joke by Jesse, dear House of Representatives, my husband Francis read an article before he died about how the universe was really just a computer program. He believed it. I thought it sounded silly, but now I think he was right. Francis was hit by a car a few months ago, a drunk driver. I don't think it was supposed to happen. My neighbour's son Jeremy broke one of our windows with a football a week before Francis died. Francis yelled at Jeremy for it. It was a bit harsh. This is important because I see Jeremy on his computer through the living room. Oh my word. He's on it all the time. His mother says he's a computer whiz. I think Jeremy is operating the computer program and he changed the universe. Sorry, I'm choking on this job, but he changed the universe so that the driver would hit Francis. He did get back at Francis for yelling at him. Is there a way to change the computer and make Francis come back? I have some money if it's expensive. I don't know how these things work. I don't care if Jeremy gets in trouble or not. I just want Francis to come home. Francis and I were happy, and I feel him not being here, and I know it's not right. Aww. That's really sad. Like, that's not a happy story. That's an unhappy story. Okay, I nearly stacked that hard. Wow. Though it did strike me that the people kind of trapped in here, once this gets restored, even though they're hissed up, they probably won't come back. Crystallian's like, right, but if you use the toilet in here, where does it go? Well, the astral plane is where the board are, so you might be weeing directly on the board of directors. So yeah, like kind of like scattered across the entire universe sort of thing. You know how it is. Alright, so what have we got? Is that proper audio tape or just, no? Phone, why are you doing that? What's the point? What's here? Time to make a door! Oh, was there an achievement for finding the astral toilet? Check us out. I'll take that as a compliment. The evaluation hall. Realised we had ominous in so many flavours. Polaris is telling us to go that way. So what's over here? Oh, just a regular toilet with spiky living rocks growing out of it. Standard stuff. Oh, and the tiny details in this are amazing. And the other thing that's kind of interesting is that even though we're in post-release content, which is usually built by a smaller team, the detail persists, and I think that's something that's worth bearing in mind. Now, the caverns have a different kind of flavor to them, so they don't have the same kind of like, you know, research all the objects in an office to understand. But it does still have a detail and a logic to it, which is very, very impressive. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to be all offhandy with knowledge. So what happens with post-launch content is usually the game is developed in a staggered method. So like art and core design have the most amount of work to do at the beginning. And then as all the art assets are done, plumbed in, fixed, you know, any kind of like loading issues or like any kind of art issues are fixed, the artists don't have a lot to do while the game is finished up, tested, and released. So they're usually put on to either another game or post-release content. But the amount of people put onto that is usually less than, usually due to a team working on multiple titles or due to resource constraints or what have you. So, to have post-launch DLC that has a high production quality, feck you, Rock. Coming back through here. Opening this up. I saw some relevant lore docs in here. What have we... Ooh, tape recorder! Take a beat.
You're listening to America Overnight, a beacon in the darkest recesses of possibility for more than 29 years.
29 years.
We have another letter from a listener. This one's unsigned, but postmarked from Toledo. It says, "Dear America Overnight, I have the most wonderful appliance for your listeners. It is a miracle of God. A fondue set. A fountain. A blessed gift.
A fountain of cheese.
Blessed is spelled with a capital B. Go on, they write. Dive on in. It is molten hot. Perfect for meat. No signature. As far as I know, no fondue set was sent to us here at the studio. Just this letter. Wait, I think there's something else in the envelope. Some kind of black powder with white shards in it? Bone, maybe? Karen. What is this? Karen? We're on the air, Karen. Where are you? What? Oh, is this powder in the booth? Is this ash? Oh God. Karen? How do I cut to commercial?
Fucking hell! Fucking hell. Okay, so jumping back in, TSCH was saying TLDR. Team does art. Smaller team does other art. Yes. Fallen Mystic, this game is glorious. Do what we did. Turn damage off, treat it like a story game, have a great time. Fearless says, I got the sense that a lot of this post-launch DLC was heavily planned out in pre-production, which makes the process easier. That said, some games like to keep their post-launch content vague if they want to wait and see how players react. Oh, or that they want to see how sales do and if they'll have enough money to continue to do post-launch. But yes, this does feel like it was pre-planned. Crystallian says, anyone else get major red flags? Brian was saying DLC often seems where the devs are having more fun, having an established core with the game and with themes. Now you're right, like Witcher 3 is a great example of where the dev team had a lot of fun, but for them, and this is just Will's theory, I don't know anybody that worked on The Witcher 3 specifically, but I think they did The Witcher 3, and then due to its overwhelming success in sales, they decided to do post-launch content. But because they were making so much money, they had time to plan out those DLC drops proper, alongside all the free content they did, because they definitely planned post-launch content They even announced it before release, which was some utter shenanigans, but a brilliant stroke of marketing genius. I could talk about that for feckin' hours. Lyria says, just reminds anyone of Welcome to Night Vale. Well, see, America Falls, this tape, is an in-universe radio show, but it's run by the Bureau. And the idea is that people call in and like, oh shit, my goat's turned inside out. So the Bureau can quietly go and investigate. And if it turns out like an object of power like inverted the local wild stock, what they do, they get the object of power or the altered item, they squirrel it away, and then they use America Overnight to create a completely wild, completely implausible story, so as not to give those altered objects any more power by people believing in them. Fallen said, Will, is this side commentary on Cyberpunk? Oh, not at all. They did it with Cyberpunk, but they mastered it during The Witcher. Sorry. Alright, so what they did with The Witcher 3 is before the game came out, they announced a bunch of free DLC, or as we like to call it, free LC, and I'm still sorry I came up with that term. And a lot of the free DLC content wasn't anything... how to phrase it? It wasn't anything overly dramatic. However, because of the way they announced it and the way they presented it to their users, it made it seem like, oh heck, not only are they going to release The Witcher 3, but then afterwards they're going to give us all this free stuff. It's a complete, like, it's a show of perception. It's something that, like, they were updates and changes that would have been possibly made to the game, or improvements that would have been observed. But by presenting it as here's a free gift to you, and having a cute little image or screenshot to go with each, it makes it seem like it's this free gift. And they announced those even before the game had came out. So what that meant was they chose what wasn't going to be released, or they took content from the game and set it to one side to create the perception of free content. And it's just marketing genius, because everyone goes, oh, look at all these cool free things I'm getting. What? But if it was made during development, why is it being given to us after development for free? Wait a second, hang on. And this helped offset some of the paid content, because people didn't feel like they were getting didn't feel like they were getting ripped off with post-release content. And it's easy to forget how Dragon Age and Dragon Age 2 had a very, very negative response to Project $10 and to launching with paid content, especially paid story content. But no, Witcher 3 managed to absolutely go through that, and then went on to just sell buckets of both the core game, post-release content, the whole thing bundled. Like, it's scary how much the Witcher franchise has ended up making fiscally. And all it is a way of phrasing things to your user base. It's, yeah, fucking fascinating. Brian says one of the early Witcher 3 DLC trailers actually functions as an epilogue for the second DLC packs. They were playing the hella long game. Oh yeah. It's also worth noting that what Fearless was saying about user reception for post-release content, there's always a plan, right? There's like a blue sky, game sales, 1 trillion million copies, we can make whatever we want plan. Then there's if the game does all right, like how do we take that blue sky plan and change it? And then there's this game did not sell enough at all, we won't be making any. Which is why I'm vehemently against season passes. Sometimes a season pass will allow for an additional injection of cash. However, it means that the team is... There's still no guarantee that you're getting that content or the quality of that content, because if the game sells all right and you buy a season pass, the team might not have enough cash to make the pass worth of content that they promised you. It's kind of fascinating. Sorry. Anyway, back to Kiev. So recordings of the audio phenomenon were uploaded to the internet shortly after the event. These records circulated rapidly on popular message boards. The communications department utilized this exposure by creating the Sky Trumpet hoax, videos and posting related theories to spread confusion and draw attention away from the event's paranatural origin. Industrial noise, particularly the sound of metal drilling, was found to be a wildly widely accepted explanation. Theories about these sounds emanating from the Earth itself, known as the seismic hum, emerged from the public itself and were encouraged by the Bureau to generate further misdirection. Yeah, so going back to what Lyrius was saying about the in-universe show, this is the other side of the Bureau's misinformation campaign. Something otherworldly happens, something paranatural, and one of the things the Bureau does is disinformation, not only to like hide it from the public, but also to remove the power. As has been demonstrated throughout this game, is that the public consciousness together has power, and they can affect objects and create altered items. So what you need is, you don't need a shit ton of people believing something and giving that something more mojo or bringing it into being. It needs to be ridiculous. Brian was like, kind of like the slime in Ghostbusters 2, sort of. If instead of negative energy, it was the public concept. Sorry to repeat, but one of the interesting things was earlier in the game was the discussion of fan death. If you haven't heard of it, fan death is an urban myth that leaving your fan on overnight can kill you. There's multiple reasons why. Now, it's utter scientific nonsense, but it's one of those little like urban myths that's kind of perpetuated from a bunch of different places. And earlier in the game, they talk about how the agents on site were the ones that came up with fan death when encountering a table fan that had become an object of power and had fucked some shit up. Sorry, an altered item, but similar thing. And they were on the scene, they were like, oh no, this was definitely, a fan death. And that theory spread and took hold. And then there were cases of the Bureau encountering fan death, even though it wasn't caused by fans. As if somehow... Yeah, this universe is equivalent of Red Cars Go Faster, but it has to be something the public consciousness accepts as true. Like how, I don't know, Avril Lavigne got swapped with a body double. And there's the America Overnight, but oh yeah, they don't add anything to the... Most of the media stuff doesn't get an addition. Alright, so let's continue. Alright. This seems safe. Wait, no, what's that other thing? This seems like a fucking terrible idea. Alright, shift account part 2. Alright, so this was the person who wrote the account earlier of being stranded and lost. So Gibbs reporting it. It has been 8 days since the collapse and still no sign of any rescue efforts. The Bureau is either completely unaware of our situation or incapable of helping us. Or maybe it's intentional. How many times have we seen the Bureau not give two shits about its own hard-working staff when they go missing in this place? How many times did we let slide thinking, oh, well, at least it wasn't me? Too many, I'm ashamed to admit. Anyway, there have been developments. Strange crystals have begun to grow through the walls, and they seem to block some corridors but not others. The path to the caves is always left open, but we're not sure why. Luckily, the crystals keep out the astral spike, the one that's been hounding us for days. John, Nikolai, and Sarah went to try and find a radio, but never came back. We think the spike got them. I think it's hunting us. Doug says the spike only exists in the astral planes. What the fuck is it doing here? If we get out of here, I am hiring a lawyer. These are unsuitable working conditions. I will guess that they didn't make it out. And now we've got to worry about what the bloody hell an astral spike is. Let's check out transit control real quick, shall we? Oh. Actually, Meowth Secure, that's a good point. Considering Hiss was a Gibbs ended up becoming a Hiss agent, maybe not. Although, down here, time seems to be weird. Alright, so we've got to go get some work done first. So Brian says they're the unkillable pulsating black things you encountered before. Oh, those are the spikes. Okay. Yeah.
So that's the altered item. Looks pretty secure.
Oh, Brian saying best mission incoming? Feckin' yo!
No power. Typical.
Of course. So, Miyagi-Sakura, you're right about Gibbs being a Hiss agent, but the thought I had is that it seems like time is weird in the Foundation. It's almost like... You know how the actual physicalities of the oldest house can move around at will? What if down here, it's not space that moves, but time? Like,
I should hire someone who builds smaller machines.
Oh, Hyperion said, nah, Brev. Time's just weird. Do you like dags? Okay, so punching's not working. Any theories on additional percussive maintenance? Power for I need power! Didn't work. It did not work. Oh, here we go. Power cores for days. Power cores for days. Ah! Okay, this is some fun feckin' Portal level nonsense. Hadouken! This is awesome. Power core! I choose you! Fire is also a valid tool when dealing with altered objects. Huh. Hindle, that does sound kind of fascinating. Paul Shepard's new Albion stuff. Yo, you should throw that in the Discord. Because I will forget after. And I don't want to miss it. And I don't want to miss a thing. God, Pun Spectre, I had to... It took me so many seconds to pass what you meant by VB. Alright, so now we should be able to head through.
No altered material detected in area. Personnel may now safely enter. Have a Bureau full day.
Yes! How hasn't that been the feckin' catchphrase this whole game? Okay, firstly, back off! You're very brave. Actually, you know what? You can work for me now. Big man! What's up? Here's Barry! Fine. I say, blow yourselves up. Move! Barry, we're gonna need to talk about you. Barry, I want you in the Avengers! I am your slightly more stylish Nick Fury. I'm hiring you for the Avengers. less screamy doors. Oh, we've been recruiting this entire time, let's be bloody honest. Ha! Barry did not like his co-worker there. Alright, so while we couldn't progress through that way, there's a whole bunch of stuff. Hey look, it's Linda. We can't get into there just yet. We can. Get in through here, Hadouken! Sometimes, friends, it's about making your own doors. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. As much as I was keen to hire Barry, I don't see him having a future in this bureau on account of him killing his teammates. I mean, that's shenanigans. I mean, beaten one to death with another one, that's a different matter. Oh, I think I was kind of hoping for some... I was kind of hoping for some more stuff around here. Nothing? Nothing. Any of those not functioning? Nah, we good. Anyway. Let's go check it out on account of the fact that we've got stuff to do. Alright, so down leads to transit access. Toggle map. Transit access. This seems bad. Notice.
Properly trained.
Personnel not properly trained in altered and...
I am very properly trained.
Okay. So that's definitely where we've got to go, but let me check up this way, because I'm curious, if I'm being perfectly honest. What up? What up, Trench? Where are we? Where in the heck are we? Okay, I am. Okay, Crystallian says transit access is the side area. Right now we're moving forward. Okay. Just remind me to check out transit access later on, because I'm guessing we need that fucking... Why are yours like this? Damn veggie zombies. Alright, you work for me now. You disgusting, gross, level 10 abomination. Okay, so what was this? Oh, correspondence, new language? Alright, here we go. For immediate publication, I learnt a brand new language. The fish taught me. You probably don't believe me, so I'll prove it. Oh, Lily! Mi petit, ja milaboti estimo escu quidwuho quib quoto quib pipipo a horum elo rec I butwit 1455 os pirion club new hui 20222 quiddy whip weep elowin yum ret ibs wim quim zwal 10 dribrum rog. See? Please publish this letter, and maybe other fish speakers will get in touch. They'll be able to read my address, even if you can't. Ready, Rebob, Larry Humbert. And that is the closest I will ever come to being able to do my own variant on a feckin' Mighty Boosh style skit. Come with me now on a journey through time and space, but not to the bathroom because it's locked off with rock. The Mighty Boosh. Oh, maybe some more fish words. Actually, don't ask me to do that again. Okay, movie camera supplement. Alright, so the item first came to the Bureau's attention after a hospitalized mailman from where? Arkansas, claimed the injuries had been caused by a movie camera. Further investigation connected the incident to AL-80, which was being shipped in the mail truck at the time. The package camera was later found in an empty warehouse. The return address led agents to a P.O. box in San Fernando Valley, belonging to a company called Blessed Pictures. Whether Blessed Pictures is involved in the creation and dissemination of the item's VHS films is unknown. See later investigations. Yeah, C222, that was my I'm old Greg. And I know it's Arkansas, but it doesn't stop making me laugh when I look at a map of the US and go, huh, Kansas. Arkansas. Where's me, Kansas? Okay, so the following list of known films have been shot here is First Shoot, Last Die, unreleased, Coffee Bullet, Billy's First Car, Bike Hard, and Delivery Disaster. Okay, so the item was used in an unreleased western in 1968 on the Italian island of Sardinia. A cast member was killed during an on-set accident stopping production. It is believed Blessed Pictures brought the camera when the equipment from the shoot was sold at auction. Okay. Now, do we need to go down and get the camera before we continue? Like, advise me, dear friends. Ooh, I found the film! Oh, everyone says yes, yes, yes. Now, does that mean I have to go down to Oh, I was about to say, what are you doing here? Okay, so we need to head down to transit and then grab it. Alright. Friends, this is why it's great playing through these things with all of you lot, is if you say we gotta go get the film camera, we go get the bloody film camera. There's no left and right about it. I'm sure it's fine. Hey friends, you know when you have a terrible idea but you do it anyway?
I remember that camera. How the hell did it get out? Are they shooting movies now?
Would they be Hasuvis? Movies? Fearless is like, no, this is the best idea. Alright. Who's ready to shoot some movies? What? Feckin' way! Jesse Faden starring in Swift Platform. It does seem like the Oblivion is chasing us. Feckin' wee! This is feckin' cool! Oh, and he's biffed that jump and a half. This is what the Kung Fury game should have been like. Like, honestly thought we were done with rhythm games after Everhood, sorry, but here we are. See you later, car.
No way am I showing the spotlight with this.
Darn right, Jess, no! It's not going to talk about that. Double kill! Not sneaking up behind, are they? No. Oh, we might need another platform. I like that I can fly at the same speed. Woohoo! This is fucking cool! Thank you so much for convincing me to do this! Missed it. Just gonna not talk about that. There we go! Ah!
Almost had it.
Oh, darn it! Alright, we're still going. Boof! Where is it at? Alright, let's keep this party going. Oh wow, he is a big boy.
Too tall for this ride.
Ha! Oh, look who's back! Oh, missed him. Oh! Thank you. Shh, didn't see that. It's fine. Oh, EO, you can't ask me a question like that. That's not even slightly fair. The ashtray maze is incredible, but it did not have Epic Sax Guy. Oh. How are you still going? You flying badward. Jesus. There we go. Ah! Sup, camera? This has got some serious feckin' Sayonara Wild Hearts vibes, and I am all here for it. Oh.
Wait, what? We're back?
Star performance.
That really just happened? Felt like a dream. Or maybe a bad movie.
That was feckin' glorious. Thank you all. Because I was like, oh, if we're getting to like a cool bit, oh, I should probably like, you know, get my ass in gear, get us towards some... Oh, here we go. Movie camera procedures. All right. Items to be isolated, yada, yada, yada. Don't lose your hands, yada, yada, yada. Okay. A movie camera used to make commercial films. Internal mechanisms are unremarkable. Now, subjects near the item will often experience a talked version of reality resembling the heightened drama of an action movie. Whether these events are localized, alternative realities, or products of a hallucination is currently unknown. Additionally, the item seems to record the footage of these incidents and creates a VHS copies edited in the style of short films. During the investigation, the agents learned that the podcast titled Brian's Movie Den had reviewed an item-generated movie delivery disaster. The podcast's creator, Brian Henneman, was taken in for question. The staff of Movie Night, the store Mr. Henneman rented the film from, were also questioned to no effect. Oh, so I missed the boss name. Oh, feck, what was the name of the boss? I guess I was too busy using my dirty snipe style. Oh, third act villain? That's a glorious fucking name. Cheese for days? Cheese for days. Oh my word. I guess that's one of the things that this kind of game allows for is, like, embrace of the ridiculousness. The thing I was just pondering for a couple seconds was, like, those kind of scenes can absolutely pop in this because of the overly saturated, harsh light and grey, like, threatening grey tones of the oldest house. If you then switch to, like, acid-flavored neon, everybody knows about it. You know what I mean? I'll just fly over, it's easier. Oh, more documents! And because of the way in which we're slowly introduced to objects of power and altered items, it means that by the time we get to this point, it's like, you know what? That's fine. That's just what happens here. Sometimes you reach into a movie camera and it turns into an action high-speed chase because of reasons. Okay, Brian, this is the point where I have to put my hand up and say, I don't know that director's name. I'm very sorry. But one of the sad things about becoming an old nerd is I had to specialize in one sphere of nerdery to stay constant, and that was video games. Oh, and Miyake Sakura also got the Siren Isle Wild Hearts vibe. But Brian was pointing out that the colors, when the colors kick in, this game is very Dario Argento. Blocked. All right, fair. But the colors pop there so much because of the subtle monotony of the colors that we experience up until that point. It's just a good time to be like, you know what? Let's have fun. Whoosh. On all the knobs. All right. So, it's clear no one is coming. We're running out of ideas and supplies. We tried going into the caves to find anything edible, but all we found were not just gases and endless pits. The crystals only let us go one way. Even though we could see the caves branched out, we did find some weird spiky pillar. I only got a glimpse of it before the astral spikes attacked. There were a few of them this time. We lost a lot of people. There's only 6 of us left. We didn't ask for this. We didn't want to come down here, and I'm convinced something brought us here. The others say I'm going nuts, but it's clear this was no house shift. Shifts slide a bathroom a sector over, or rotate a hallway. They don't drop a full division into some caves. We were brought here, I know it. But for what? Why tear us away from our lives just to torture us? If there's some sort of test or mission, then there's some advice for whoever's running it. Give out clearer instructions. I hope these notes are a good read for whatever ranger finds them. Fuck you. Put that in your report. Signed, Gibbs. But then we found Gibbs got turned, so... Question mark?
Worst I've ever seen is take the nail. End of the world.
So I can't let the hiss take the nail.
Okay.
Not a problem. I know how to handle them.
Okay, so Brian was saying it's an Italian, weird Italian horror director. All right, I'll give him a look up. Crystallium was wanted to add that I guess it's the contrast both visually and audibly in the game momentum that makes the swift platform and the ashtray maze stand out so much. Brighter colors, the feeling of sudden progress, the bonkers music makes them stand out. Yeah, from the monotony of like the hisses chanting or the threats they put forward, it does something pretty special that we don't really see elsewhere. Like the oppressive tones of the rest of the game, the way in which other threats are kind of like leveled at you. It's very interesting. Oh, and we have a new hotline from Marshall.
I snuck into the Foundation through a back door I know. Had to get ahead of the hiss. Just a matter of bypassing the ritual protections. Luckily, the board's as distracted as the rest of the Bureau. I had to put on a brave face up there, but the situation is the worst I've ever seen. We're getting back on our feet, but we've already lost so much. Trench is dead. Darling is somewhere. I'm the only one left. But I still have a job to do. Keep the hiss back. There's not enough HRAs to spare, so I'll have to make do with what I've got. Frankly, I don't even know what will happen if the hiss take the nail. Trench made it sound like it'd be the end of the world. He was never one to exaggerate. Well, orders are orders, even if they come from a dead man.
Interesting. Eel was just adding that on that section and on the ashtray maze, the game also threw a lot of weak enemies at us to kind of like punctuate that feeling of like fast progress and empowerment, which I did notice on that previous one, but not on the prior. This is curious. We got ourselves another one of these fancy.
Another etching.
Fancy Dan doors. And that leads to heck knows where. Yeah, Miyagi Sakura, like, you're right, it's partly Trench's ruddy fault, so... Listen, hurry, eat. It's just, it's super weird how it's the character whose name I keep forgetting. Sorry. The former, thank you. It's because we're in the Foundation and it keeps messing with my progress. Jolly good, but 2 loopholes / lollipops are left to.
Hello? Board, are you there?
Is it me or is the board being weird? Danger director, board broken. Deeper, understand? Tool other, new forbidden board. Give former yours necessary go. Okay, so we know the former is bad, but right now...
What the hell is going on? Wait, I'm back here?
Is it going to let us have the other one? You can better not here, director.
Wasn't my idea. Blame the eyeball.
The other tool weapon is forbidden. Former it adrift is trying to mislead you.
Former. Yeah, we've had it. But it is giving me something you won't.
Board's always been weird, but the board's being weirder. So, yeah. 2 for 2, please. Now I get a hot gun. Oh. Yeah, that's not going to stop being feckin' fun. So this is why you were saying, like, it doesn't matter which one we go for to start with, it's going to give us both. Crystal, do not be ignorant / thick. You are reckless / disobedient.
I don't like you deciding what I can / can't have.
Also, when I get to explode things, it's fun. I have a shotgun that destroys everything now. Bomb. So I guess that was the thing. The last two for us to get required explosions. Pun Spectre, I've not been tempted by the charge gun because, oh, it seems a little passé. Explosions? We're already exploded. We're already kicking ass. You know? Like, explosions atop explosions? I mean, let's have a modicum of self-restraint. Oh, you cannot control this. You cannot control your staff. You are mismanaging the Bureau /self/narrative. Later! See you in hell! And one more, just for that nice symmetry. Fearless says they believe there's a unique weapon mod in Foundation that eliminates the charge time on Pierce. Alright, well, if you know where it is, count me the hecking heck in. Still needs to recharge? Yeah, but that's different. Then I can do all them fancy shots. Them fancy shots like I saw on telly.
I'm getting pretty tired of being jerked around the astral plane. If you're listening, I want some answers.
This is about to get weird, isn't it? Because this looks like the former's domain, not the boards. Hello. Alone, long, visitor happy. Tunnel open, grateful. I will shoot you in the eyeball again, you know that, right? Welcome, speak. Okay. Right now, I have the option to just blat that thing in the right in the eye socket. And I will admit, I'm seriously considering it. We can also talk to it. Are we at a narrative choice here? Because I will take advance in hintings. God. Max goes asking if both is the option. Okay. So it's not a narrative choice, so we can discuss before we shoot it in the eye. Alright. C2 says, which option would you feel would be a more interesting plot? I mean, again, I'm always happy for hints and pointers, but they made our life difficult earlier.
Hi there.
But we'll start a banter.
It was nice of you to give me something the board wouldn't. What are you getting out of it?
Void, nothing, egress.
So I'm just supposed to believe you're a particularly charitable, whatever you are?
Neither. Both. Hungry? Me
Hungry?
every morning.
I mean, yeah, actually, I'd love a sandwich or something. That's not what you meant, was it?
Right. Panini, former board. Avalon?
Are you part of the board? Or used to be?
Once split. Board blame.
Okay. So you split because the board blamed you for...
Inside Beyond. Nail, rescue, house, sun, warning.
Gotta be easier to play charades. Do I need to rescue someone?
No.
I don't know what I expected. Listen, this has been great, but I have to go. Thanks for your help, and, stay out of trouble.
House, listen. Nail, leech, burn, go. Yeah, the idea, is that you?
Trying to tell me about the board. Should I trust either of them?
Probably not. Sorry, I'm gonna go kick some ass. Oh, okay, now you can work for me. Come on. We've got trouble to get into. Come on. I mean, Crystallian, I don't disagree with you. Crystallian's like, look, if you're smart, don't trust anything that didn't come from your own dimension. Oh, Lyrius, have a lovely rest of your evening. Wait, did I miss something? Oh! Like, according to this, I can get back in the crossroads from here. But not through flying. I can do it via, like, exploding. So in here... According to this, there's another path. Where? It says it's somewhere here. Or is this like... Or is this below? I mean, I'll take the extra goodies, certainly. Still. Must be another part of the map that crosses over. Anyway. Time to go. Off towards the nail. Nail, go this way. And, I mean, Mad Gizakura, you are right. It does feel like the voices. The only difference is we're not quite sure of their logic versus ours. You know what I mean? It still gets us to the... Ooh, I see that outcrop. Nothing? Thought I'd found some cool stuff here. Anyway, the nail seems to be doing better, so... Down we descend. I'm supposed to say, keep going up. Feck! Darn it. Well, let's have a talk to Pope.
The Rangers found a section of the containment sector in the caves.
Oh, okay.
No house shifts occur down here. Strange.
Okay. So nothing else apart from the...
I should get back out there. Agreed.
Rangers finding
the
stuff
astral
and
bleed
things.
won't stop itself.
Okay. Dear friendos,
Don't be a stranger.
I think I might have to call this as a break, because we're pushing on 7 hours. And I am ravenously hungry. On the plus side, though, I get to upgrade my punch-ins. Yeah, maximum punch-ins! But this has been a feckin' wonderful day. And yeah, Pun Spectre, this game continues to be something. Honestly, I was worried we were going to blitz through the Foundation today and then weren't
we're going to end up kind of like half in, half out, like not quite wanting to start the Alan Wake stuff, not quite being ready. So fucking yo, this game is just a fucking gift that keeps on giving. And I'm glad you had a good time. Like, this is absolutely this game is the gift that keeps on giving. And if you pick it up for yourself, there's cat ears. You could have gotten cat ears. I probably won't, but you could. Like, and how adorable are we talking on a cat ears here? Like, on a scale of, like, cheap Halloween costume to, like, expensive cosplay level are we talking? Right. Should start looking at a lovely individual to go hang out with after this, and I have a lot of people to say thank you to. Wow, can you tell? As soon as I stopped with Control, I'm like, powering down. And no, I still have to say thank yous. Pun Spectre says, closer to cheap costume. Fair, fair. Right! You lovely Mother Hubbards. This whole playthrough of Control is amazing, and we still have so much to get into. It continues to be this incredible, engrossing story, and...
Just putting myself in the credits.
I mean, Fearless, regardless as to your reasoning, thank you so much. Feckin' yo, thank you. Right! I'm gonna roll credits. Thank all these... Oh, wow. I managed to derail myself there. Feckin' yo. So Fearless, thank you for 200 bits. All of you, thank you for coming with me on this whole feckin' journey of ridiculous lore and wonderful weirdness. We're far from done. So we'll finish off the Foundation Thursday next week, and then after that, I guess we get into the Alan Wake stuff and whatever lies beyond there. But to bring this to a conclusion, I must thank the lovely people who keep this going, who keep us alive right now, and make it so I can feed my dumb self, River, the Nuggies, Fiona, like all of this. Alright, so... Yeah, and Bacon Avenger, it doesn't go as fast as Longship Day. That nearly killed me. Friends, I know I say this on the daily, but bits are one of the biggest things that keeps us going overall. So thank you, everyone, no matter how much you put in. And so specifically, I'd like to thank Kimball, Some Numbers, Pun Spectre, Fearless Sun, Bacon Avenger, J-Post, Wolfrad, Graphite Sparrow, Anonymous Cheerer, Stammering Gamer, Vanderbeast, and it didn't count Fearless Sun? Bullshit! Fearless, effect these credits. Thank you. Your moderator's day was Caffeine, Rhymes, Moose, Mentalicus, but also thank you to Lizzie T. Pow. And Zerek Zonia and 50 Fedoras were our new follower? When did I miss 50 Fedoras? Oh, I feel like a bad person now. Well, thank you both, and I hope we get to see you again. And those that subbed were Hunted by House. Carl, thank you to the Kino, to Nitty Dragon, Miss Emmy, Zero Zia, Constable Berg, Jackie Foxbutt, The Smallest Waffle, Lost Flowers, TSCTH, and Fallen Mystic. Like, some of you were like, 30-month subs! Some of you have just got here! What a feckin' combo! What a feckin' great day. Oh no, don't worry, Pun Spectre. I won't tell or thank anyone for the additional 100 bits just thrown in for sneaky reasons. What are you feckin' like? What do you like? Okie dokie Lokis. Decisions. You know what, friendos? DJ's currently doing a Metroid Prime randomizer, and I haven't seen him do one of those. Graphite Sparrow, thank you for the additional 100 bits, you feckin' legend. And again, oh, hey, don't thank me for the stream, I'm having a great time. I get to do this because of you lovely Mother Hubbards. Bacon's like, wait for the raid notification before sending out 100 random subs.
You feckin' terror. You feckin' terror. Please don't feel you have to do that, you cheeky Mother Hubbards. Right. We're going to head over to DJ. Because I actually want to see how he's doing. I haven't heard from him a bit. But also, he's doing a Metroid Prime randomizer race, which is very curious. So, fucking yo. Fucking yo. Right, today's been a glorious day. Control continues to be fucking amazing, and I can't thank you enough. And I know that seems dumb for the amount I say, but like, friends, whether you've chapped in stuff to keep our arse alive, or whether you come and hang out here on the daily, like I do notice. And I don't think I do enough, but I'll die on that hill, you know? But I do want to say thank you. So, heckin' thank you. Alright, now, we're going to head over to Hero to the People, Dan Jones! Who is leaping around Metroid Prime. And, oh boy, this game is making me feel 1,000 years old just watching the preview. Well, Volcanor, Hunspector, all of you, thank you. Alright. Friendos, I'll see you on the morrow for Blackout Club. I'll talk to you on the Discord. But from my dumb self, have a lovely rest of your night.